Hopefully the wind isn't going to take that TV.
Need sandbags or something?
I don't know what we need. I could throw a bag on it. She's not answering. She's not got her hearing aids on, so she's not listening.
This is Lisa. Sorry to have missed your call. Leave me a message and I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
She's got her hearing aids on, off. And
She'll figure it out eventually, I guess.
good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Martinsville, Illinois, where you have harness racing on Harness Tube today. Steve Surratt, David Brink, Lisa Surratt here in Martinsville for racing today. Going to bring my volumes down, David, as we apparently don't need as big a volume here as we needed at the State Fair.
I guess not.
So we'll try to keep it within a comfortable area.
It feels good to be fair racing again, doesn't it? I was telling Stacy DeRoos that earlier, how we're back on the fair circuit and things just feel right again, don't they?
Absolutely right where they're supposed to be.
Speaking of Stacy DeRoos.
Yeah, I don't know why it switched over to that. It shouldn't have. It should be on Lisa and the sponsor. So something tells me something's not right there. Well, no, that's where she's at, isn't she? She's got it on the starting gate.
That's our car.
That's where she's at. We're going to have a couple of different views for you. We think we got a camera on the out there on the the
starting car, yeah.
Starting car. And we've got a camera out at the barn.
We had a lot of great feedback from Springfield about that starting car camera, and it's a little different here at the half mile. As we all know, the car isn't quite next to the field. They're a little bit behind, so we have to try to get our angle right. But Stacy's going to work it for us and make sure we have a good shot.
Okay, speaking of all right, David, we're bringing Lisa Surratt in. Lisa, Can you hear us over there?
I can. We're across the track so we can hear you loud and clear.
All right.
Our data is pulling away from in front of me. Now we can actually a little bit as they go live.
Well, you know what? It doesn't sound like I'm talking to you on the headset. Can you hear me in your headset? You don't have your Bluetooth back on, do you? Because it's cutting out. So we'll take care of those technical things, David, but we'll come back. You talking to me, Lisa? Can you hear me? Can you not hear me?
Can't hear you.
I can hear you fine. Okay.
It was working before the show.
Yeah, it was working before the show just fine. Let me see what she's getting here. How about now, David or Lisa? Can you hear us now?
When I turned the Bluetooth off, we were gone.
Okay. All right. Well,
So the Bluetooth is on right now.
well, we're going to take a commercial break. We'll be back after this. Hey, it sounds like it's not coming through the headset. The microphone is not clear at all. Like it's coming through your phone.
Okay, let me turn the
Custom
Bluetooth off
woodworking
again.
and Amish furniture.
It have to be coming through
From
the headset,
custom
though,
kitchens and built-ins
No, the
handcrafted
microphone on the
furniture,
phone's picking up.
outdoor poly
down
and
by your
more.
How about now?
That's better.
Can you hear me?
Family
Uh,
really high.
Can you hear anything?
Yeah, I
Because
can
on my
hear you.
phone it looks like it's...
Visit Yoder's and Soul.
I can't hear myself at all.
728
Okay.
2166.
Okay, I'll get you turned up, David, for yourself. How about now? Can you
Testing
hear?
1, 2, test.
Can you hear me?
That's,
Not over. I'm like 10% Lisa's.
Can you hear
Avenue
me?
yeah, I
Racing,
can hear you.
a
Can
third
you hear
generation,
me?
family-run stable with a legacy
Lisa,
of
Testing
excellence.
1, 2.
Centrally located between Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky racing programs, Avenatti Racing specializes in buying yearlings, breaking, training, and racing performing standardbreds. Call 217-840-6469 or email avenattiracing@gmail.com today. Avenatti Racing, from yearling to racetrack, we
Hello?
build
I heard
contenders.
you say that's just ridiculous. I can hear you now. Can you hear me? And my Bluetooth appears to be off. It appears to be off. And if you can hear me, we should be okay, hopefully. Oh. Okay.
Kerr Auction is your trusted source for ag equipment, attachments, construction gear,
I can hear
trucks,
myself,
trailers, and hard-to-find parts.
and I can
With
hear...
live and online auctions at kerrauction.com, you can bid from anywhere, field, job site, or front porch.
David could
From
be
big
a little
equipment to
louder above the commercial
parts.
if we're going to be if we need to talk then.
Has it. Don't miss your next deal. Check out kerrauction.com today. Kerr Auction, built for the working world.
Why pay more for the same groceries? Your favorite brand, prices you'll love. Right here in Mattoon. Family
You're not
owned,
hearing me
proud
very
to
good.
serve our community. Proud supporters of local harness
Can you
racing
hear me
and the
now?
Coles County Fair. Stop in and save today. Be
Well, where
a
do you
Deep
need
Roaster
my phone
in
laying so
Mattoon.
that you can hear me? Okay, I'll just keep you tuned in and lay my phone down.
Back with you on Harness Tube as we try to get our technical stuff worked out here. First time at a county fair. First time you're going to be able to hear Lisa. We're hoping well. It worked out great in practice, worked out great when we set it up here, but not as good, David.
We'll make do with what we got now.
All right. So we're glad that you're here and a part of the day today. Want to let you know that we're going to have racing for you all day today. How many races do we have today?
I have 13 on the card today, and tomorrow we have 12. So a lot of racing here at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair. If you're anywhere in the vicinity, come on out. It's always a good time. The great fair board, they put on a great show.
Absolutely. David, let's talk about some of our talk points. If I can find where I've got everything put, that would be great, as I've got to get that reselected also. Reselect Lisa, and our talk points are here. Okay.
Got the old background up?
Shouldn't have.
It is.
It is?
Yep.
All right. Well, folks, you're here in live exchange here as we get things corrected here. I think there we go. All right. So you can hear they're warming up with music here. We're right here on the stage. I didn't know what all we were having today, David. Is this practice for the church service tonight, I think, isn't it?
I don't know, to be honest, but...
Okay. All right, David, let's talk about racing. We're going to have racing for the fans all season long. Total now, with a couple more, we're looking at probably close to 30 days of racing total for the year.
You know, it's a good problem to have when you're asked to do more and more. But, yeah, we keep getting asked. I think I had 2 more requests come in recently. We're trying to see if we can fit in. We're trying to train a new technician over here to hopefully get some spread out, and we have some more coverage. And I can save some vacation days. We can get all these done, all these fairs done.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just setting some audio right now. I got a little squawk.
Yep. You know what? We may be able to hear Lisa a little bit better. Lisa, why don't you talk to us for just a moment?
I still got Kurt way too hot. It's squawky.
Can you hear us, Lisa? I'm going to turn. Lisa, can you hear us? Hello, Lisa. Lisa. Can you hear us? I can't hear you. Talk to me.
She's like, I can hear her in Kurt's mic.
Yeah. I don't know.
We might just abandon her until we figure it out at a spot.
We'll figure it out during some other time during the day. So I'm going to end your call, Lisa, right now because it's not working. We're getting too much feedback. All right, with that, race is coming up, David. Let's get back to the thing at hand. Then we want to thank our generous donors out there. We can't do this without our donors.
Not only our sponsors and advertisers, but just folks who appreciate what we're doing and have offered, opened up their pocketbooks and cut us a check to say thank you for bringing us these races, and it means the world to us. It helps offset, expenses. Gas has gone up through the roof, as we all know, so we sure appreciate every dollar that comes in.
All right, with that, we probably need to go to Kurt Becker.
Probably.
Again, horsemen, one other note. Tim Wilson Jr. has asked that we have the first race on the track ready to parade at 5 till the hour.
All right, we can talk till Kurt starts talking again. But just busy. We got a lot of activity around us.
Yes.
We've a lot of new bells and whistles that
Also,
we're trying to do for you
there
guys.
is a helicopter.
It's a good problem to have when we're adding bells and whistles, and when the fair's putting on programs like music, for the fans. They're trying to promote this, so we appreciate everything they're doing. The fair board's so good to work with here over in Martinsville. We've been here 4 years now, it seems like, and just welcome every time we come back. So they built a brand new grandstand. They're putting money into horse racing and county fairs in Illinois. So we are eternally grateful.
Absolutely. So as we get ready to go here, David, we've ran a few commercials. How far are we away from post time?
Got about 10 minutes till the horses are on the track, Kurt just announced. So.
All right. Well, with that, we're going to take, you want to take another quick commercial break? Or I'm lost at where we're at here. Maybe talk points. Here we go. Harness Tube on the website.
Yes, we have a new website out there. Check out harnesstube.com and keep keep checking back because we are going to be launching our new homepage very shortly. It's all done besides the sponsor row, but it'll be kind of a one-stop hub for Illinois Fair horse racing. It'll have, you know, upcoming broadcasts and programs and race results and driver standings all on the same homepage. So keep checking harnesstube.com and click around while you're there. There's a lot of good stuff on there.
Okay, follow, like, subscribe us. We'd love for you to do that either on Facebook, YouTube, or whatever. But we'd love that like and subscribe. If you subscribe, you can say you want to get the notifications, and every time we go on the air, you will get a notification that we're going on the air.
Email or push notification, however you have it set up. But yeah, that way you can know for sure. And we appreciate everyone. We've got over 1,000, I think, followers and subscribers on both platforms, Facebook and YouTube, and that's a huge number. We talked about in the past how hitting that 1,000, you know, subscriber number in YouTube unlocks some earnings potential for us. So we appreciate everybody who helped us get to that plateau, and we welcome you, anybody out there who may not, you know, already subscribe to us. Go ahead and hit that button.
All right, let's see. We'll try to get through these. Yeah, your sponsorship, your donations go to travel, lodging, like we're in Martinsville for 2 days. So we did not come down last night to save money. We're pretty frugal as far as the funds are concerned.
We really are, but it's all out of love, right? You know, we like coming down here. We like coming to areas where people appreciate. Is that a helicopter?
Yeah, it is. He talked about it a minute ago.
I talk about doing cool stuff.
Everything at the
Martinsville Fair.
Martinsville Agricultural Fair.
I wouldn't want to be a trainer of a 2-year-old trotter right now, but I tell you what, as a patron, it's a freaking awesome show out here. There it is. There's your Air Evac helicopter landing right here in the infield right behind us. So we're just...
Well, normally at a football game, they hand off a football. Are they handing off a horse here?
I don't know. What could they hand off?
I don't know.
A bugle for the bugle call or something?
I do not know.
The first race blanket. That'd be a good handoff there.
There you go.
No, we're glad you could follow us along. We have a lot of new bells. You can see on our screen here we've got a lot of new graphics, new bells and whistles. As you saw at Springfield, we have a camera on the starting gate to try to get some really cool shots for you. We have another, hopefully, stable camera set up, as you can see there on the screen now. So keep tuning in to Harness Tube. Follow us along. We're trying to bring you all the information to follow this circuit all summer and keep you informed.
Yeah, we absolutely love what we do, promote your business with Harness Tube. We're all over the state, so that's an opportunity for you to do that. But to kind of give you an idea here, let me see if I can go to Stacy DeRuis in the starter car. You'll see Lisa, there you go. You get your car, but he's going to follow the action. And so we've got it pointed forward, so you should see either in this side-by-side, but during the race, we'll have a picture and a picture with this picture on the right in the lower right-hand corner.
And for those of you who followed along at Springfield, we were kind of, the car was next to the field, so you saw a completely side profile shot, and it was really, really awesome. Well, here at these little half-mile tracks, it's not quite as wide, so the car's going to be lagging probably behind the field a little bit, so that's why we have the camera angled forward up the track to get a shot of the field as best we can.
Okay.
The infield. Always good to welcome the medical staff to have on hand, because without them, we cannot go racing. Also good to see both the Junior Miss and Little Miss from the Clark County Fair joining us on the infield stage. It calls to mind the fact that, don't forget, this year, for the first time in many years, the Martinsville Agricultural Fair will be having a queen pageant of its own. So bringing back a tradition of many years ago, and that should add some fun to the week here at the 80th Annual Martinsville Agricultural Fair. We'll have our pre-race ceremonies coming up in just a moment. Horseman, the first race today, the first division of the Illinois Standardbred Association 2-year-old filly Trot. In the first race, the driver of the 4, Samantha Lou, has been changed. It'll be Mike Cox. That's the first race. Number 4, Samantha Lou, make the driver Mike Cox. Also, let's take a moment and note that, contrary to the program, the Ted Torgerson Memorial has been moved to tomorrow to the Monday card to allow more family members to be present for those presentations. So please note the Ted Torgerson Memorial, it will take place, but it will be on tomorrow's card. No scratches, no driver changes at this time in race 2. In the third race, the driver of the 2 Goom Warden, J.D. Finn. That's the third race. Number 2 Goom Warden, John David Finn will be the driver. By the way, programs are on sale. Program seller located toward the east end, turn 1 end of the grandstand. In the fourth race, the driver of the 3 Milkshake, Mike Cox. That's the fourth race. Number 3 Milkshake, the driver will be Mike Cox. No scratches or driver changes to report at this time in race 5. Looking ahead to the 6th race this afternoon, and we will review these changes throughout the course of the day. No scratches, no driver changes at this time in race number 6, and none to report in race 7, none to report in race 8. If you would turn to the 9th race. 9th race, scratched the 3 Battle Shoe Jason, scratched sick. 9th race, scratched the 3 Battle Shoe Jason, scratched sick. Driver change on the 4 Zamboni, J.D. Finn. That's race 9, number 4 Zamboni, J.D. Finn. No changes in the 10th race. Race 11. In the 11th race, the driver of the 1 Arcase Party has been changed. It'll be Marcus Turner. Race 11, number 1 Arcase Party, Marcus Turner. 12th race. In the 12th event, the driver of the 3 Dreamer Moose, Harold Finn Jr. That's the 12th race, number 3 Dreamer Moose, Harold Finn Jr. And the driver of the 6 Conager, Connor Prather. That's race 12, number 6 Conager, Connor Prather. 13th and final race, driver change on the 2 Arcase Winners Win, Marcus Turner. That's the 13th and final race, the 2 Arcase Winners Win. It'll be Marcus Turner, who is the driver. Jamaica Patton is fine. He, like a lot of horsemen, he's got a lot going on. He's got a string of horses down at Oak Grove, the pari-mutuel racetrack in Kentucky. But he's got good friends that are here to get things covered for him. Let's bring in our master of ceremonies. Here's Mr. Tim Wilson, Jr.
Hi, Kurt. Welcome back, my friend.
Good to be back with you. And we've turned out, despite some of the forecasts a couple of days ago, we've ended up with a dandy day for racing.
It doesn't get much better than this as we celebrate this Memorial Day weekend. Just another quick announcement for the horsemen. Please bring that first race to the racetrack. We will gather in the turn by the barns, parade by the grandstands, go around the track behind the starting gate, and let's race so we can keep this long program moving. First, we're going to get this started, Kurt. Diane's going to play our national anthem, celebrating 250 years of the greatest country on earth, and then we'll have a word of prayer, and then we're going to turn it over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise in tribute to our national anthem.
Experience matters. Simmons, Illinois Hall of Fame trainer Tom, along with wife Benita, have the legacy of developing and racing championship standardbreds. From yearling to winner, every horse is guided with experience, expertise, and care. Stable 217-801-446.
Looking to move your mobile home? Need a roll-off dumpster at a competitive rate? Or maybe it's time to demo that old mobile home? Pine Home Transport has you covered. We serve Central Illinois with reliable mobile home transport, offer affordable roll-off dumpsters for the Springfield area, and provide expert demolition services across Illinois and Missouri. For fast, friendly service, call Wayne Decker at 217-313-9744. That's 217-313-9744. Or Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport on Facebook, your one-stop solution for mobile home services.
This Labor Day, the future of Illinois harness racing takes center stage.
Boy, if that doesn't get you fired up, Kurt, a little goosebumps I've got over here right now. Thank you, Diane. That was beautiful.
Study
right now we're going to be led in
pedigrees.
a word of prayer by Dan Ludley, and then we'll start racing some horses.
Watch them move.
Let's bow our heads for a moment, if you would, please. Heavenly Father, we thank you for all that are gathered out here at this fair today. We pray in the holy name of Jesus Christ, our Lord, that you will keep everybody safe and watch over us. We thank you for the organizers of the fair this year. We thank you for their time and their talents and all that they've done for us. We want to pray for the safety of everybody that's here at the fairgrounds throughout the week, that you'll keep us all safe and having a great time together. We also pray for the weather, Lord, that it will cooperate and allow us to have a good fair this year. We pray, Lord, for the rides of all those who will be participating in rides and those who are taking care of the rides, Lord, that you keep them safe and well and protect them. We also want to pray, Lord, that you'll help us all just to have a wonderful time, enjoyment at this fair. We pray this in the mighty name of Christ, we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Dan. Kurt, it's good to be back, my friend.
It is good to be back and to join everyone here at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair. Harness racing has been an important part of this fair, of course, dating back to the inaugural back in 1946. The first day of the 2026 Illinois County Fair harness racing season, and the first of two programs here at this fair at Martinsville, because we go racing again tomorrow with the Great Midwest Trot and Pace to headline the card here tomorrow afternoon with another 3 p.m. start. Horsemen, if you would, come to the track. We're looking for Our Irish Roads for the first race. Our Irish Roads, Mound Station, the final ballot, Samantha Lou. A reminder, Mike Cox drives the 4, Samantha Lou. Also, there's a change in ownership. Number 4, Samantha Lou, is now owned by Ron Phillips, Jamaica Patton, and Monty Thompson. Number 4, Samantha Lou, now owned by Ron Phillips, Jamaica Patton, and Monty Thompson. You've got some folks in the first race here, Tim, that they're not necessarily new to the sport. They've been involved in one way or the other or just been race fans, but they are owning a harness horse for the first time in their lifetime. So number 1, for example, Our Irish Roads, you've got 4 different partners on that horse, including Kathy Harrell of nearby Casey. She, along with Linda James and David James, officially it's the first time those 3 have owned a harness horse for racing purposes. The only exception is co-owner and trainer Jill Brown. Of course, she has owned her share of horses over the years, but getting some friends and family members involved here officially as owners for the first time. And number 3, the final balance, Evelyn Radel joins her daughter Elizabeth as an owner on number 3, and the Radel family has owned harness horses for several years. They come to us out of Edgewood in Effingham County, but this will be the first time that Evelyn, Elizabeth's mother, has ever appeared in a track program as an owner. So we wish a safe journey to everyone, whether you new or whether you're a returning owner. We wish you well here this afternoon. Tim, are we doing pick a winner this year?
Yes, we are. Hopefully there are some individuals walking around with yellow buckets, and yes, in fact, there are. I see them. So we have every race a pick a winner. Plus, Kurt, we had a couple really cool prizes after the last race. We are giving away a Monopoly Martinsville Fair Edition. That will be after the last race as a grand prize, plus I believe a $25 cash prize also. So we've got some pretty cool stuff at the end of so we're going to make you stick around, folks.
That sounds like fun for sure. And pick a winner players, we sympathize with you because the first 6 races today, these are all 2-year-old harness horses seeing the starting gate for the first time. So the question becomes, well, how do I pick a horse? None of these 2-year-olds have ever raced before. Tim, I know a lot of folks will look at the connections. They'll look at trainers they know, drivers they know that have been successful. They might look at the breeding line. They might look at a sire of one of these 2-year-olds and say, you know, that sire, he has sired a lot of nice 2-year-olds over the years. So people all have their different approach. I'll tell you this, Tim. We talked to trainer Jamaica Patton a couple of days ago about Samantha Lou, number 4. She is a full sister to 2 trotters that have won over $200,000. Jamaica raced this filly's grandmother, her second dam. He and his grandpa, the late Freddie Patton Sr., they raced that mare together. Her name was SH4. Jamaica tells us Samantha Lou is very fast. He said she's one of the fastest 2-year-old trotting fillies I've ever had in my barn. But as Jamaica was quick to add, first time start, the main goal today, as probably with all of these 2-year-olds, just get a safe trip and get some racing experience. Would you say that's fair?
Absolutely, and I'm not really sure. I'm sure they've tried to get him behind a starting gate as much as possible, but nothing it compares. You can go behind a truck with a makeshift gate behind on it, but nothing compares to actually getting behind the gate with 4 or 5 other horses. The noise is, if you ever got to drive a horse and you sit behind the noise, you wouldn't believe how loud it is until you get used to it. I can still remember that about my first drive. Nobody ever prepared you when there was 9 other horses in the race that the noise. Now you get used to it real quick, but obviously these horses are going to experience the same thing I did, and they're going to be going, this isn't like training, so it's going to be a different experience for sure. Kurt, the ambulance is here, so we can, okay, I didn't know if you knew that. Yes, so we can go as soon as starters are out.
It is the first county fair of the year in Illinois for harness racing, the first of 28 fairs statewide that will bring you harness racing this spring and summer. A reminder, the Ted Torgerson Memorial has been transferred to tomorrow's card. Race 1, the first division of the ISA, the Illinois Standardbred Association 2-year-old filly trot. Horsemen, a reminder, you'll parade past the grandstand. You will go right on up to the top of the home stretch, all the way around that far turn, and go straight to the back stretch. Thank you. Number 1 is Our Irish Roads, owned by Linda James of Lehigh Acres, Florida, David James of O'Fallon, Missouri, Kathy Harrell of nearby Casey, Illinois, Jill Brown from up at Charleston, trained by Jill Brown, the driver Chris Brown. Number 2 is Mound Station, owned by Larry Longnecker of Sumner, trained and driven by Darla Martin Lohman. Number 3, going past the stands right now, that is The Final Balance, owned by Elizabeth Radel of Edgewood and her mom Evelyn Radel. Freddie Patton Jr. trains and Denarius Dorch is the driver. And number 4, Samantha Lou. Ownership is now Ron Phillips of Athens, Illinois, Jamaica Patton of Rochester, Illinois, and Monty Thompson of London Mills, Illinois. And the trainer is Jamaica Patton, and the driver is Mike Cox. Tim?
Kurt, you know, I'm glad you brought up that we're the first fair for the 3rd year in a row, and it's kind of like your NASCAR guys. They do their biggest race is right out of the box at Daytona, so that's what Illinois has decided here. The best fair, having the best racing. We're just going to start it off right here, and we'll get the season going with a roll here.
I love it, and you know, we've got a great card today. 13 races on the line here this afternoon. Tomorrow we've got 12 more, including the Great Midwest Trot and Great Midwest Pace. Those races came up really strong this year. Our thanks to Sherry Repp. Of course, she's an officer with the fair. She's been the administrator for the Great Midwest for a number of years. It's a race that means a lot to her because her father was instrumental in bringing that race out of Chicago back in the 50s and bringing it to this Martinsville Agricultural Fair. But Tim, I don't have to tell you because you've got a horse in the Great Midwest Pace. It's come up pretty stout this year.
Yeah, it did. For ours, it certainly came up a little tough. I wish we were one of the tough ones you were talking about, but we're just going to, you know, if Mike Johnson just drives her halfway decent, I think she's got a real big chance. But I'm going to put all the pressure on him. The trainer, I know he's done his job, so we'll see what Mike can do.
We shall look forward to it. It's a great tradition. Again, the Great Midwest dates back to 1950. and here at Martinsville since 1953 for the Great Midwest. Again, that will be the headliner tomorrow. Right now, horses are at the post. Our starter is Stacy DeRoos of Charleston. He's got the starting gate with the wings extended at the end of the back straightaway toward the west end of the course, and it'll be Aaron DeRoos at the steering wheel of the gate, picking up the field of trotters, 2-year-old fillies for our first event here today at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair. Great to have you with us, folks. What a race day, what a race weekend. You heard Tim mention motorsports a moment ago. You've got the Indianapolis 500, which should be winding down pretty soon at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. You've got the Coca-Cola 600, the annual 600-miler, the longest race of the tour by mileage every year on the Cup Series circuit. That will be this evening at Charlotte. Harness racing here today at Martinsville. And our thanks again to the folks at Harness Tube. It'll be David Brink and Steve Surratt, your anchors, Lisa Surratt, your camera technician. They're ready. We're ready. Coming at you. Race 1 at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair. Two-year-old trotting fillies are underway. Everybody staying on stride for the start. And they go to the first turn with Mound Station out for the lead, but challenged by Our Irish Roads. And Chris Brown just giving that filly of his a chance to settle into a rhythm before they get into the first turn. And she says, I'm ready to go. So she moves on up, and Chris lets her go on for the lead and open up by 2 lengths at the end of the opening 8th mile. Mound Station will go second, a gap of 2.5 to 3 more lengths now back to the final balance in third position. And Samantha Lou, last of the 4, for the move up the backstretch, about a half dozen lengths off the lead as they go by the quarter-mile mark. It is Our Irish Roads, the leader. Our Irish Roads leads it by 2.5 lengths as they go by the quarter-mile mark. Mound Station will travel into second position. 35-4. Thank you, Mark Kingery. 35 4/5 seconds for that first quarter. The final balance third. Now there is Samantha Lou, the filly we talked about from the barn of Jamaica Patton, moving from fourth up to challenge for third, but some 8 to 10 lengths off the lead. And Samantha Lou broke stride past the 3/8 mile mark, and she's going to have to drop back to last again. Halfway home in the opener, every race, of course, 1 mile, 2 laps around this half-mile dirt oval, and Our Irish Roads is the leader by 3 lengths to Mound Station. 109 for the first half mile. It was 109 flat. So back past the stable area, under the watchful eye of the horsemen lined up along that outside fence, they move off the east end of the course onto the backstretch. Our Irish Roads leads by an increasing margin. Why? Because Mound Station, who was second, broke stride at the 5/8 mile mark and is now dropping back between horses to last. There's a side-by-side battle for second. Samantha Lou to the outside and the final balance to the inside, but this is some 15 to 17 lengths behind Our Irish Roads. 141-2 for the 3 quarters, 141-2. The final balance just broke stride and drops out to last. Turning for home, Our Irish Roads in front by 25 lengths to the top of the home stretch. It's going to be a first ever win for the filly. It's going to be a first ever win for 3 of these 4 owners. Chris Brown, veteran horseman in the race bike. Here's your winner of race 1 at Martinsville, Our Irish Roads. Our Irish Roads, much the best here, took advantage of the fact that Mound Station broke stride on the 5/8 mile mark heading onto the backstretch. Mound Station did come back to be second, however. The time for the mile, we'll check that with our head timer, 2:13-2. The time for the mile, 2 minutes, 13 2/5 seconds. We'll meet the winner, Our Irish Roads, in a moment. Owned in part by Kathy Harrell of Casey. So, Tim, a horse with local connections, winning this first race today.
And very impressive. And how about, if I'm not mistaken, didn't all 4 stay trotting, Kurt, the entire mile? I know you're getting questioned up there, but I believe all 4 baby trotters making their first start all stayed on stride, which is amazing. And I think all 4 trainers will be very happy with their horses after that race. Again, this race is the Darcy blanket. That's the Janet Ted Torgerson Memorial for Ted. That's a kind of E on your Master of Ceremonies here. So I mixed up the date. Kurt, I know you find it hard that I made a mistake, but so that's on me. So this is Darcy's, and we'll talk about our good friend Ted yesterday or tomorrow. So congratulations to the winning connections here. He'll be down to join you in just a second.
The winning filly is on the way back in front of the stands for the first race presentation. 2:13-2, and she led virtually all the way. Moved up to take the lead at the entrance to the first turn just after the start. How about a hand for number 1, Our Irish Roads? First ever win as owner for Linda James of Lehigh Acres, Florida. And that is the mother of our trainer and co-owner, Jill Brown. First winner also for David James of O'Fallon, Missouri, and for Kathy Harrell from right here in Clark County at Casey. Trained by Jill Brown and driven by her husband, Chris. Winning filly, a 2-year-old by Lou's Legacy, out of Tommy's Cover Girl by Tom Ridge, wins on debut in 2:13-2. And this is a horse, Tim. A lot of longtime racing fans will remember the name of L.A. Bud Rhodes. From up at Charleston, raced some fantastic horses. Janie Brooke, was that the trotting mare he had that won like 100,000 back when that was unheard of in the early 1960s? So a very nice tribute to the late L.A. Bud Rhodes with Our Irish Roads, the name of this filly. Judge, are we official? Here's the full field rundown for the first. Our Irish Roads, the winner. Mound Station, the runner-up. The final balance finished 4th, and Samantha Lou was 3rd. The opening quarter, 35-4. The half in 109, 3/4 141 and 2/5, and the time for the mile 2:13-2. It reads down 1-2-4-3. No changes in race 2. Let's go back to Tim Wilson Jr.
Kurt, couple things here. Ayla Cook was the winner, the pick-a-winner for the first race. She got some Martinsville playing cards and some late information on race 2. We have a late scratch, number 2. So if you could announce that, for I didn't know if you knew that or not, but we have a scratch number 2 in the next race. We'll turn it over to Diane.
Invest in winners. From proven bloodlines to rising stars. Illini Classic Yearling Sale, where champions are found.
Long before the crowds arrive, the work is already underway. Track after track. Kevin Miller Stable campaigns winning standardbreds across the Midwest. Kev Miller Stable. 217-254-0170. Real craftsmanship still exists at Yoder's Custom Woodworking and Amish Furniture. From custom kitchens and built-ins to handcrafted furniture, outdoor poly, and more. Family owned and trusted since 1995. Visit Yoder's in Sullivan or call 217-728-2166 today.
Avenatti Racing, a third-generation, family-run stable with a legacy of excellence. Centrally located between Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky racing programs, Avenatti Racing specializes in buying yearlings, breaking, training, and racing top-performing standardbreds. Call 217-840-6469 or email avenattiracing@gmail.com today. Avenatti Racing, from yearling to racetrack, we build contenders.
Kerr Auction is your trusted source for ag equipment, attachments, construction gear, trucks, trailers, and hard-to-find parts. With live and online auctions at kerrauction.com, you can bid from anywhere, field, job site, or front porch. From big equipment to small parts, if you need it, Kerr Auction has it. Don't miss your next deal. Check out kerrauction.com today. Kerr Auction, built for the working world.
Why pay more for the same groceries? Your favorite brands at prices you'll love. Right here in Mattoon. Family owned and proud to serve our community. Proud supporters of local harness racing and the Coles County Fair. Stop in and save today. B&D Grocery in Mattoon.
Experience matters. At Simmons Stable, Illinois Hall of Fame trainer Tom Simmons, along with wife Benita, has built a legacy of developing and racing championship standardbreds. From yearling to winner's circle, every horse is guided with experience, expertise, and care. Simmons Stable, 217-801-4246.
Looking to move your mobile home? Need a roll-off dumpster at a competitive rate? Or maybe it's time to demo that old mobile home? Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport has you covered. We serve Central Illinois with reliable mobile home transport, offer affordable roll-off dumpsters for the Springfield area, and provide expert demolition services across Illinois and Missouri. For fast, friendly service, call Wayne Decker at 217-313-9744. That's 217-313-9744. Or find Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport on Facebook, your one-stop solution for mobile home services.
At Hoosier Park and have had some considerable success, not just with one horse, but a couple of horses. You've had Crooked Smile, who has continued to race well for you. Steely Knife just paced a big trip at Hoosier Park, and Steely Knife is in to go here tomorrow. Tell us a little bit about Steely Knife. Tell us also about the filly you've got going in the Great Midwest Pace.
Well, the Steely Knife horse, bought him online on gate, and with the Calverts. They wanted something to watch the race when they came up here this summer, so we bought him, and we took a little bit of time to get him figured out. But boy, he raced really big. A week ago Friday, out of the 9-hole, Trace sent him, and he wired the field in 51. So we were real happy. He didn't get in this Friday, so we decided to enter him here. And since I had to train him anyway, I thought I'd try to make a little money for training him. Are our starters out, Kurt?
As soon as we have Eliza Lou, we'll be ready to go here in this second race. Number 2, Eliza Lou, of course, comes from the barn that won the opening race today. So, Tim, as you know, and horsemen, if you would, turn your horses, please, and head back to the east turn. Still waiting for one more trotter. Tim, as you know, it's great to win races, but that kind of delays the schedule if you're the winner for the next race.
Correct. Now, was that Chris Brown, the 2? He is a late scratch. Late scratch. So drivers, you can go ahead and parade whenever you're ready. Sorry, Kurt. That's a late scratch in the second race was number 2.
All good. We appreciate the heads up. Horsemen, we apologize, and indeed starters are out. Horses are parading by the stands for the second race, the second division of the Illinois Standardbred Association 2-year-old filly Trot. A late scratch, number 2, Eliza Lou. Number 1 is Zion's Miles Creation, owned by Cassandra Chandler of Terry, Mississippi, owned also by John Derek Gibson of Terry, Mississippi, trained by Freddie Patton Jr., Jordan Patton in the bike. 2 is a scratch. 3 is Zion's Shelby Girl, Ownership change there to Perry Tillman and Perry Tillman Jr. The trainer-driver Isaac Love, and number 4, G Lucky Jim, is owned by Marvin Chandler of Terry, Mississippi. He's now the sole owner of number 4. The trainer and the driver, trainer's Charles Arthur. Charles was named to drive, but he has stepped aside. Please note, late driver change on the 4, Denarius Dortch. Denarius Dortch, D-O-R-T-C-H. He will drive number 4. Tim?
Kurt, again, the blanket will go to the fastest of the 2 heats. So I know you've got enough on your plate, but if you wouldn't mind telling me which division was faster at the end of this heat, I'd sure appreciate it. But we thank Darcy's for sponsoring this, and the blanket will go to the fastest heat of fastest division of this race.
And indeed, the time to beat, 2:13 and 2/5 of a second from that first division of the 2-year-old filly Trot. Second division gathering up on the backstretch. Want to belatedly mention Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, not far from Galesburg. They were the winning breeder. They bred the winner of that first race today. And Doc Flacco, the patriarch of that family and of the farm, he went into the Illinois Hall of Fame on February 28th, the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association Hall of Fame. Lou's Legacy, the horse that has stood for many years at Flacco Family Farms, has won all kinds of championship titles as the state's leading trotting sire. Lou's Legacy went into the Hall of Fame as well on February 28th. So congratulations all the way around to Team Flacco. Right now, race 2 is at the post. A reminder, scratch the 2, Eliza Lou, and put Denarius Dortch on the 4, G Lucky Jim. Gates rolling. Horsemen, be ready, please, with the third race, the first division of the 2-year-old Colt gelding Trot. Stand by. You're up next. Racetrack's hot. We're getting ready for the start of race 2. Here they come. They're off and trotting, and there goes G Lucky Jim out for the lead from the outside, with Zion's Miles Creation away in the second position, and Zion's Shelby Girl is out third as they swing around the first turn and head toward the backstretch. It is G Lucky Jim from that outside starting spot who begins to clear with the lead now after the opening eighth of a mile and has made the top. Again, all 3 of these fillies making their career debuts here this afternoon. All of these 2-year-olds through the first 6 races seeing the starting gate for the first time. Problems there for Zion Shelby Girl, who broke stride at the midpoint of the backstretch. So she was already third, but now she's lost contact with the top 2. 35 seconds for the opening quarter, 35 seconds. Zion Shelby Girl sets to work now trying to cut into a deficit of a dozen lengths or so to the top 2 as they work their way around that west turn. Back up front, it is G Lucky Jim who is the leader, and Zion's Miles Creation will go in the second position, and then a gap of 8 more lengths to Zion Shelby Girl in third. Coming down to the half-mile mark here in the second race this afternoon, the second division of the Illinois Standardbred Association 2-year-old filly Trot, it is G Lucky Jim, the leader. G Lucky Jim is on top by a length and a half. Zion's Miles Creation goes second. 109 and 3 for the first half mile. 109 and 3/5. And guess what? Zion Shelby Girl has caught the other 2 now. She is right back into contention, but she's also moving toward that part of the track where she broke stride the first time around. So we'll see if she can stay on gate here up the backstretch. So far, so good. All 3 continue to trot their way toward the 3/4. You've got G Lucky Jim, the leader by a length. Zion's Miles Creation second, a length and a half. And Zion's Shelby Girl is third as they move by the 3/4 and head on to the final turn here in race 2. 143 and 2 for the 3/4. 143 and 2. Zion's Miles Creation comes to the outside to challenge G Lucky Jim. As they go side by side off the far turn to the top of the stretch, Zion Shelby Girl is still third. They turn for home. G Lucky Jim to the inside. Zion's Miles Creation in second, 2 lengths away. Now there's 3 lengths between them. No catching. G Lucky Jim and Denarius Dortch. G Lucky Jim opens up in the final strides and won it by 3.5 lengths. Zion's Miles Creation was home second. Zion's Shelby Girl third. 2:14 and 4. The time for the mile, 2:14 and 4/5.
As soon as Judge Randy Callahan makes this official, we will have our pick a winner and determine, I believe the first heat will be the heat that gets to keep the blanket, according to the times I believe I was told.
And a nice round of applause indeed for G. Lucky Jim, who is joined by the royalty from the nearby Clark County Fair at Marshall to help present to the winning connections down trackside. Congratulations to driver Denarius Dortch as he takes a spot in the bike today on behalf of trainer Charles Arthur. The winning 2-year-old filly is by Merchandiser out of Somebody Should Leave by Forbidden. Congratulations to owner Marvin Chandler, Terry, Mississippi, and breeder Jerry Gingrich as well. 2:14 and 4, first start, first win for G. Lucky Jim. Here is the full field rundown. It's official for that second race. Zion's Miles Creation, the runner-up. Eliza Lou was scratched. Zion Shelby Girl was third. And G. Lucky Jim, the winner. 35 seconds for the quarter. 109 and 3 at the half. 3 quarters, 143 and 2. And the time for the mile, 2:14 and 4/5. Reads down 2 scratch, 3-1. Third race on the way. Horsemen come to the track. A reminder, J.D. Finn drives the 2 Goom Warden. Let's go back to Tim Wilson Jr.
Kurt, our race 2 pick a winner, Dave Stewart. Dave, if you can raise your hand. My fine nephew will bring you you get some Rogers French fries and some sake bobbies. Kurt, I'm going to turn it over to Diane, and you and I will be back at it.
This Labor Day, the future of Illinois harness racing takes center stage. Walk the barns. Study the pedigrees. Watch them move. And invest in tomorrow's winners. From proven bloodlines to rising stars. Illini Classic Yearling Sale, where champions are found.
Long before the crowds arrive, the work is already underway. Track after track. Kevin Miller's stable campaigns winning standardbreds across the Midwest. Kev Miller Stable, 217-254-0170.
David, as we come back, let's talk about some of our things that we've got going on here. Let's go clear back to the beginning here. We got a lot of racing this season coming up for people. Today is actually our second official day out as we were in Springfield for the 3-year-old preview.
This is event number 2 for me, yeah.
So even though we kind of got things worked out by the end in Springfield, it didn't carry over down here because it's a different animal when you're on a half mile.
Different environment for sure.
Lisa says she likes the mile now, particularly Springfield.
Yeah,
she loves to go in Springfield.
The angles are a lot better for a camera. You don't have to move as much, right? You don't have to swing left to right very far. But no, it's definitely a lot easier for her.
We'll be back to Martinsville tomorrow for day 2, 3 p.m. post time. We've got 12 races tomorrow. And,
featuring our Great Midwest Trot and Great Midwest Pace. So that'll be an exciting day, following up on Wednesday down in Carrollton at the Greene County Fair. Their grandstand celebrating 100 years of history. So following that Carrollton, we have Decatur 2 days on the 1st of June. We're back there, Decatur, the second day at 10:30 a.m.
Well, I'm going to have to go back here because we have – oh, there we go. It was my fault.
Got my YouTube chat open over here. We got Kenya's in our fan. Kenya's always watching us, but she got the green hearts up there for us. We appreciate her following along. Harrison's watching out there. Hey, Harrison, appreciate you tuning in, buddy. Said the GoPro on the car is going to be really awesome. He likes all the graphics. JJ Carter said he's driving back from Harris, Philly, somewhere back to Ohio. So he's in the truck today. Talked to Fat Man yesterday. He's up in New York. Says he'd like to come back if the purses were better. But, yeah, Alan's in the chat wishing the Prather boys good luck. Tyler Stephen Clemens is out there, locked in, he says. Antonio Love. Judy Grandma Robeson, good to see her today. Bridget's watching from the fence. The usual crowds here, Steve. It feels good, doesn't it? It's like we're back in summer racing again.
It is. It's back to that season again and back to racing again. Thankful for that. Thankful for all of our viewers, our sponsors, our donors, and everybody. Check out our new website. There's things you can do, things to come there. We've been Lisa and I and David have been the guinea pigs on this, but hopefully before the season is over with, you as a fan will be able to go out there and get a program, which you can do now by going to our Facebook or YouTube
It's all on our harnestube.com. Go to harnestube.com. I think it's /race-program. So harnestube.com race programs, and you should get right to today's programs. If you want to just go to the normal schedule, there's a link to the program page. So click around our website. You know, there's a lot of good information out there.
But eventually you'll be able to pick the horses for all the races and actually get in the point totals, right?
That's the plan is we're doing a collection over here. We have a form that's pulling Lisa and Steve and I's selections into the graphics card for us, which then pumps the results out and all the math. So if we perfect that, then we can have the fans sending in their picks. You know, as long as you put your email address along with your picks, we'll know who's who and what's what, and that way we can keep track of the points for the season.
All right, why don't you explain the point system for them of what we're looking for
because
there.
We did change it, you're right. So the points are a little different this year. We have 50 points for getting the winner correct, 25 for getting the second place finisher correct, and 12 for getting the third place pick. So very similar to the horse payout percentages, but we went ahead and threw in a 10-point for a box. So if you get any of the horses in the top 3 in the wrong order, but in the top 3 still, we'll give you 10 points for each horse. So if you completely box the trifecta, you still get 30 points out of it.
All right. Well, with that, let's go back to the track announcers here, David, for just a little bit.
Sounds good.
Time NASCAR fan. And I have found that the fans often can put things in a better perspective maybe than some of us who cover the sport, because they kind of step back and they see the bigger picture. And the fellow I talked to said, I never met Kyle Busch. There were days I couldn't stand Kyle Busch, but I always respected Kyle Busch because of his tremendous talent as a race car driver. And it's a significant loss. I will say this, Tim, I did cross paths with Kyle maybe 2 or 3 times. Usually I'm doing play-by-play, and since I don't work pit road, I don't usually get into the garage on race day to talk to the drivers. But there was one occasion where I did work a qualifying show and had to talk to Kyle before he went out for his qualifying run, and one other time when I sat to do a Zoom interview with Kyle for a feature that aired on Motor Racing Network. I will say this, for a guy that can be pretty intimidating, you know, he always kind of had that frown or that scowl, and he was fiercely competitive, and he did not like distractions. But I will say he was a perfect gentleman. He was very accommodating. he always represented his sponsor and his team well when it came to those types of interactions with the media. So, yes, condolences to everyone at Richard Childress Racing and also to the family of Kyle Busch, to Samantha and the kids. Certainly a heartbreaking development just a few days ago. Starters are out for race 3. Horses are headed to the starting gate. Race 3, First Division of the Illinois Standardbred Association. 2-year-old Colt and gelding Trot. Casey State Bank is our presenting sponsor. Number 1 is Danish Derecho, owned by Dr. Stephen Rinnard of Hamilton, trained and driven by Jill Brown. Number 2 is Goom Warden, owned and trained by Dennis Gardner of West Salem. A reminder, contrary to the program, J.D. Finn is in the bike. Number 3 is Unlimited Credit, owned by Mike Brink of Springfield, Ray Hanna of Altamont, trained by Ray Hanna driver Connor Prather. Number 4 is Greedy Gangster, owned by Aaron Martin of Marion, trained and driven by Darla Martin Lohman. Number 5, Fox Valley Romeo, owned by Marcus and Lester and Jason Detweiler of Sullivan, trained and driven by Marcus Detweiler. And Tim, just to wrap up that thought, I mean, I'm sure in the harness business, you have friends and colleagues that are trainers, that are drivers, and they can be pretty competitive, pretty fierce, pretty focused on business. They may not always come across as somebody that wants to sit down and have a piece of pie and a cup of coffee and reminisce about the old days, but it doesn't mean that they aren't first-class human beings, and Kyle Busch certainly was an A1 human being.
You know, I was going to go to this question, Kurt, and if we get cut off here, but we'll pick it up later, but because they only race really one race a week, I didn't know if on race day those guys were leave me alone. I'm sure everybody has different personalities. Some probably like to be around their family and friends. I know when I'm in a big race, I don't want to be around anybody but my groom and my horse and me. That's it. I don't want to talk to my owners. I don't want to talk to my girlfriend. Sorry, Krista. I want to be left alone because my job is to try to. I'm focusing on what now. I've done everything I can do, but I'm on edge, you know. So it's I was wondering how the NASCAR drivers, because if I was going to be going 500 miles at 200 and some miles with other people, inches or centimeters from me, I want to be focusing on what's at hand and not be chit-chatting about what we're going to have for dinner tonight, you know.
Absolutely. I will say that 2 of my favorite memories of Kyle Busch, one was when he won the Cup Series race 3 years ago at the Worldwide Technology Raceway. There were people already saying he was past his prime and he couldn't win races, and he ended up winning 3 that year, including that race at Worldwide Technology Raceway. And anytime, if you were a broadcaster and stood in the tunnel turn at the top of the triangle at Pocono, he would charge into that. Everybody else would hit the brakes or tap the brake pedal. He would attack that turn. He had no fear, a true racer at heart. Here they come. Speaking of true racers, here's race 3. They are often trotting in this division of the Casey State Bank race. Out for the early lead. Danish Derecho moves up the inside, has the lead. Goom Warden will drop in and travel in a good position in second around the first turn. Unlimited Credit will go third. Greedy Gangster fourth. And Fox Valley Romeo fifth, as all 5 of these 2-year-olds make their first career start here this afternoon. Danish Derecho is the leader. Jill Brown already has a win as trainer, looking for one as driver, but she's got a challenge, and there goes Goom Warden right on by. Goom Warden moves by for the lead with J.D. Finn in the race bike, and takes over by a length and a half past the quarter. Danish Derecho second, Unlimited Credit third, Greedy Gangster and Fox Valley Romeo to complete the field. 37-1, the time for the first quarter. 37 and 1/5 seconds. Around that west turn they go. It is Goom Warden who's on top, and Goom Warden leads it by 3.5, 4 lengths now. Back to Danish Derecho with Unlimited Credit third to the inside. Greedy Gangster moves up fourth to challenge for third on the outside, about 5 lengths off the lead. And then a gap of 4 more back to Fox Valley Romeo. They're halfway home here in this third race. 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings, and we've got a side-by-side battle for the lead. Greedy Gangster to the outside, Goom Warden to the inside. 1:10-1 for the first half mile, 1:10 and 1/5. Darla Martin Lohman with Greedy Gangster On the outside lane, around the turn, onto the backstretch, challenging Goom Warden and J.D. Finn in those red, black, and gold colors along the inside lane. And Goom Warden turns back the challenge. Further back, Fox Valley Romeo just broke stride. But the top four separated by 3 lengths. Here comes Unlimited Credit. Unlimited Credit from 4th to 3rd, and now to challenge for 2nd as they go by the 3/4. Still some 2 lengths behind Goom Warden, though, who guides the field into the final turn. 1:43 the time, 1:43 at the 3/4. So Goom Warden saves the ground along the inside lane around the west turn. Unlimited Credit has to go the longer way on the outside lane, but keeps coming after the leader to the top of the stretch. Goom Warden tries to fend off the challenge of Unlimited Credit. A length and a half between them. Goom Warden's off stride. Goom Warden's on a break. Unlimited Credit's going to win. Unlimited Credit's going to win. Unlimited Credit wins his career debut. Connor Prather sitting chilly in the bike for the win. They won it by 2 lengths. Greedy Gangster came on to be second, with Goom Warden finishing in 3rd position. Then a gap of 20 more lengths or so back to Fox Valley Romeo 4th, and Danish Derecho was 5th. 2:14 and 2 the time for the mile. 2:14 and 2/5. Tim, as the saying goes, it ain't over till it's over.
Boy, I don't know. That's a tough break for JD. I wasn't sure. Could you, from your view, I couldn't tell from here. Was he going to hang on, you think, or no?
I thought until the break that Goom Warden was going to hang on and win. I thought he had enough left to fend off the challenge, but to be fair, Unlimited Credit, when he came across the wire in front, he was trotting under a full head of steam.
Yes, he was. I was very impressed. I was very impressed with both. And Darla's Colt, who was parked a long way, was right there with them also. So that was an excellent horse race. And I'm sure JD is not real happy right now, and that's totally understandable because, boy, when you're literally 100 yards from winning a horse race and going to end up being 3rd, that's a little disappointing, of course. But JD's a great trotting man, as we all know. He'll get that problem solved, I'm sure. And that Colt will be obviously a contender this year.
And Tim, we were talking about motorsports earlier, and there's an analogy here with harness racing, and I want to pick up on something you just said. One of the things that people in the garage area said made Kyle Busch such a great race car driver, he knew how to communicate to the crew chief what he needed in that car. He could tell the crew chief, this is what needs to change. Whether the suspension, the tire pressure, whatever. Is it similar here? Can a trainer, if you've got a veteran like J.D. Finn in the bike, can Dennis Gardner turn to him and say, J.D., tell me what happened out there. Tell me what, if anything, I need to change here.
I'll pick that up after the winning picture here, Kurt. And, yes, it's a huge advantage if your driver can help you. We'll talk about that in just a second.
And as Tim said, the winner's returning, owned by Mike Brink of Springfield, who, by the way, just went into the Illinois Hall of Fame on February 28th. Co-owned by Ray Hanna of Altamont, trained by Ray Hanna, driven by Connor Prather. How about a hand for Unlimited Credit? This winning 2-year-old is a gelded son of Credit Creation out of I Like Her Charm by I Look Like My Mom. This is a full brother to Dawn of Creation, a Downstate Classic winner, and a half-brother to TR's Princess, who won the County Fair Challenge at DuQuoin a few years ago. And Casey State Bank, they have been in our family of sponsors for many years, and they are family-owned and operated since 1968. Great service with a personal touch, and they are strong supporters of the Martinsville Agricultural Fair and the harness racing program. 2:14 and 2, the time for the mile. Congratulations to our winning connections. Tim?
Kurt, I know Ray and Donna are going to be thrilled with that performance and the ownership. I was impressed. That Colt was trotting a nice, very nice 3/8 there. Whether JD was going to hang on or not, it didn't matter. That Colt was trotting his little butt off, so that was very impressive.
It amazes me to look at a horse owned by Mike Brink and Ray Hanna. Wow, you talk about 2 horsemen. They have been through the battles over the years, and what a wealth of experience there is. That's tremendous.
I'd probably guess at how many years combined, but Ray might get a little mad at both of us, so we better not even guess at that. But it's a lot. Hey, was that race official, Kurt? Okay, my pick-a-winner is Tammy Robinson. If you'll raise your hand up, you get some nutty bars. Tammy? Top row, thank you. We've got you.
Tim, here's the full field rundown. It's official for that third race from the top. Danish Derecho finished 5. Goom Warden, after that break in the stretch, was 3rd. Unlimited Credit was the winner. Greedy Gangster, the runner-up, and Fox Valley Romeo finished 4th. 37-1 at the quarter, 110-1 at the half, 3 quarters, 143, and the time for the mile, 2:14 and 2/5. It reads down 5:31.24. The 4th race coming up, 2nd division of the 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot. A reminder, the driver of the 3 Milkshake will be Mike Cox. Let's go back to Tim.
Kurt, we're going to turn it over to Diane, then we're going to talk about trainer-driver communication.
Real craftsmanship still exists at Yoder's Custom Woodworking and Amish Furniture. From custom kitchens and built-ins to handcrafted furniture, outdoor poly, and more. Family owned and trusted since 1995. Visit Yoder's and Sullivan or call 217-728-2166 today.
Avenatti Racing, a third-generation, family-run stable with a legacy of excellence. Centrally located between Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky racing programs, Avenatti Racing specializes in buying yearlings, breaking, training, and racing top-performing standardbreds. Call 217-840-6469 or email avenattiracing@gmail.com today. Avenatti Racing. From yearling to racetrack, we build contenders.
Okay, David, as we come back here, some talk points for us today. Again, check out our webpage. We had that before. But like, follow, subscribe to us. We'd love to have more like and subscribe and follow. If you subscribe on the YouTube channel, you can get email notification when we're on the air. And so you know when we're at the racetrack and when we're not at the racetrack.
I tell you what, it's a good idea if you're not sure about the weather of a fair. We would know if about a half an hour before the races start. We usually go live, so the notification is about as quick as notification as you can get.
Or even at times when we know ahead, you can check our Facebook and our Harness 2 page, because we'll have up that is canceled, or the Illinois County Fair harness race page is another good place for people, just to give them a plug.
Yes,
right?
If you follow the sport, if you don't know, the Facebook group Illinois County Fair and Harness Racing was started during the COVID time. It's kind of become the central hub for communication for the county fair horsemen and late changes and updates and reminders and whatnot. So if you have any interest, follow that along. There's usually some good stuff being shared in that from a lot of horsemen.
Yep, and when you support us, either as a donor or an advertiser, you're supporting our travel and lodging and broadcast equipment and all the new things that we're trying to put out there for you as far as fans, and us going to races and covering more races. Gets a little tight with David's work schedule. Doggone young guy's still working. Lisa and I are, I'm partly retired and she's retired.
We've begun conversations to train a replacement so I can take some days off and save some of my vacation leave so we can hit more fairs for our fans, because we love doing this. We just run out of manpower at some point.
Absolutely. But we have a great time doing it. If you want to see what we look like, there we are. How you doing today?
Good to see you. We're glad you could join us today.
Fans.
Checking the YouTube chat over here. Good to see I'll tell you what, the Prather boys have a huge following, a huge fan club. Alan's out there. There's Grandma Robeson saying, way to go, Connor. We just love seeing all these Horsemen's fans, back at home who couldn't make the trip across the state over here to almost Indiana, still following along at home, still cheering on their favorite horses, their favorite horsemen, and join us along in the chat.
Yeah, we love to hear from you in the chat. We love the trackside stuff. We love getting pictures from the barn. You name it, wherever. We absolutely love getting those.
And I just had a Snapchat from Matt Avanetti. I should have probably folded into the broadcast, and I got busy. So we'll throw it back to Kurt. I think we have a post parade coming up.
Horses are on the track and getting ready to parade to the post for race 4 in your scorecard, the second division of the Casey State Bank race for Illinois-bred 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. Again, ISA is the Illinois Standardbred Association. Number 1 is Lou's Recruit, owned by Olivia Taylor of Charleston, the first racehorse she has ever owned. Trained by Jill Brown, the driver is Chris Brown. 2 is Boomster, owned and trained by Dennis Gardner of West Salem, Dane May in the bike. 3 is Milkshake, owned by Ron Phillips of Athens, also owned now by Jamaica Patton of Rochester and Sherry Boldovich of Lakewood, Colorado, trained by Jamaica Patton, the driver, contrary to the program, Mike Cox. And number 4, ABC Gangster, is owned by Autumn Nelson of Chrisman, trained by her father, David Avanetti, and the driver is Autumn's brother, Wyatt Avanetti, as they head for the starting gate. Tim?
Boy, Kurt, I'd like to hear that you've announced several times today the first-time ownership. That's what I like to hear. New people getting into the business. We love that. It's great for the sport. So thank you, folks, for you first-time horse owners, and good luck, and hope you break your maiden today.
Tim, you bring up a great point, and one quick note to pass along. We are getting toward the end of the spring legislative session for the Illinois General Assembly, and as practically everyone here today is aware, for the last couple of years, a developer named Larry Lucas, a native of Illinois himself, has been seeking to get approval for a racetrack and casino license for Decatur, Illinois, for a track that would be called Decatur Downs. I know a number of horsemen have asked, what is the latest on the situation? Here's what we can tell you. We can tell you, and Tim, here's why we bring this up when you mention the new owners. As we get down to the final week of the legislative session, there have been some legislators express an interest. What are the hard, cold numbers? How many Illinois residents are there that are going out of state to race in other racing jurisdictions? How much money are Illinois residents investing in buying yearlings at yearling auctions outside the state? Now, that doesn't mean a guarantee of any sort where legislation is concerned, so let's be clear about that. It's going to be a tough battle on this final week. But there is a positive sign in the fact that there are legislators in the General Assembly who are coming to folks who represent this industry and saying, give us the economic picture. We want to know. We want to know what kind of dollars have been leaving the state of Illinois, going outside the state, investing elsewhere in recent years in the standardbred industry. So where there's an open door and an ear available, that's all you can ask for and hope for the best.
Kurt, let's hope, because it's been 25 years, 27 years since I thought we had a deal done, and somehow it's done, and your father never got to live to see this day come. My father's never going to get to see this day come. They both spent uncountless hours on behalf of the industry where they received no benefit by being up there talking to the politicians. They really did the best they could. So for their sake, I sure hope something happens.
Would be great to see something materialize, and hopefully there will be more news as the week unfolds. And again, final week of the spring session for the General Assembly. Right now, race 4 at the top of the stretch, lined up and on gate, second division of the Casey State Bank race. Congratulations on the Legacy Award from the Casey Historical Society to the Casey State Bank. That was quite an honor, and it's good to have the Casey State Bank in our family of sponsors. Here they come. They are off and trotting. Again, all first-time starters among these 4 horses here. There goes ABC Gangster from the far outside. Milkshake between horses. Lose Recruit down to the inside. ABC Gangster moves by and takes the lead. It's side-by-side for second. ABC Gangster, Wyatt Avenatti of Chrisman in the bike, leading it by a length and a half off the first turn and onto the backstretch, as Milkshake will drop over to the inside lane in second position and draft in behind the leader just in front of Lose Recruit and Voomster at the back. So these 4 go single file now, 6 lengths from front to back, and the leader is ABC Gangster with a quarter mile in the books here in race 4. 34 and 4 for the opening quarter, 34 and 4/5 seconds. ABC Gangster guides the field around the west end of the course, leading it by a length and a half. Milkshake travels in second, a length and a half, and Lose Recruit goes third. Then a gap of 2 more lengths back to Voomster, who's fourth, but right there with the rest. Just one of the great things about the county fair circuit among many, the chance for young racehorses to get first-time experience in a race. Fair circuit is ideal for teaching, and that's what's going on here in race 4. 108 for the first half mile, 108. All of these 2-year-olds, they're seeing folks in a grandstand for the first time, they're seeing people along the fence for the first time, and they're breaking stride in the case of Milkshake. Milkshake has to go to the perimeter, broke stride while racing second, drops out to last, but in the meantime, ABC Gangster has a 6-length lead as they go toward the 3/4 mile mark. It is Voomster in second, and the leader's off stride. ABC Gangster is on a break, and that means there will be another change for the lead. Voomster has taken over and leads it by 3 lengths to the far turn. Lose Recruit goes second. 1:42 was the time at the 3/4, 1:42. Down to a 2-horse race as they turn for home. Voomster's got the lead by 3, and Lose Recruit is in second. It's another 15 lengths back to ABC Gangster after a costly break at the 3/4. Voomster in front for Dane May out of Newton, Illinois. Voomster for the Dennis Gardner stable of West Salem. Voomster wins it. Voomster won, and won by nearly 6 lengths on the line. It was Lose Recruit home second, another dozen lengths or so back to ABC Gangster, and a similar margin back of that one to Milkshake, who crossed the wire in fourth. 2:15 was the time for the mile, 2:15 flat. We'll meet the winner, number 2, Voomster, in just a moment. Tim, I got to tell you, I noticed in the program, Dennis Gardner, he's had despite the challenges in Illinois, his stable's done really well the last several years. He ponied up $25,000 at the yearling sales to buy Voomster. That's a big investment. And if you write a check for $25,000, how satisfying is it that this 2-year-old has passed his first test here today?
Oh, I'm sure he's very thrilled, as he should be. And congratulations to those folks. It's not easy to write a check for 25 when you probably got another 15,000 in training, so to get him here in stake payments. So they've got about 40,000 wrapped up in this Colt, and I'm sure that they're glad to see their investment paying off. Kurt, now I got a quick question. Can the people in the stands hear Kurt? Can the people in the stands hear Kurt?
Folks, how are you?
Yes, you can? Okay, great. Thank you. I got a message that they were having a hard time hearing you, Kurt, and didn't want that to be a problem. Wanted to get that fixed if we could. So, yes, congratulations to Gardeners, and I'll be back to you after this is official.
Tim, it's a good problem to have. If you think about it, if folks say we're having trouble hearing, that means we've got race fans here. And that is a big part of the battle. We love our race fans, and it's great that we've got folks here to support these horses and horsemen here today. The Casey State Bank on hand. You can visit them on Facebook, and you can also visit them at www.caseystate.bank. Former Great Midwest sponsor, a longtime harness racing sponsor, and again, recent recipient of that Legacy Award from the Casey Historical Society. Mr. Dennis Gardner. Hello, Dennis. There he is, giving the crowd a salute. He is the owner, and he's the trainer, and Dane May is his driver today. How about a hand for number 2, Voomster?
Kurt and Dennis,
this winning 2-year-old trotter is a gelded son of Southwind Chrome out of Run the World by Ken Workington, bred by Dr. Brian Kennedy of Louisville, Kentucky, formerly of Newton, Illinois. So The breeder shares the same hometown as our winning driver, Dane May. 2:15 the time. Mr. Gardner, when someone is competing in a sport that has had a lot of challenges, and that individual steps up to the plate and says, I'm willing to buy a yearling, an untested racehorse for $25,000, that is a huge vote of confidence, and it means a lot to the people in this game. Dennis, congratulations on the win.
Whoop, 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 whoop. Kurt, could you tell me which division was the fastest? Could you tell me which division was the fastest?
Absolutely. That one was in 2:15, but the prior race was 2:14 and 2, so unlimited credit will be the recipient. That's a good catch, Tim. It'll be unlimited credit from race 3 that gets that Casey State Bank blanket. Judge, are we official here? Thank you, Randy Callahan. Here's the full field rundown. It is official for that 4th race. Lose Recruit, the runner-up. Voomster, the winner. Milkshake finished 4th. ABC Gangster was 3rd. The quarter, 34 and 4. The half in 108. 3/4 in 142. And the mile in 2:15 flat. And it reads down 2-1-4-3. Let's go back to Tim Wilson Jr.
Kurt, my 4th race, pick a winner, goes to Janice Symington. Janice, if you could raise your hand, please. Can Janice? Anybody see Janice or know where she's sitting? Evidently can't hear me. Test. Is that better? A little bit more. Is that better? Yes, I'm getting a thumbs up. My 4th race winner, Janice Symington. Janice, can you raise your hand, please? Ah, right. Thank you, Janice. You get some pork burgers. Yep. Kurt, we'll turn this over to Diane, then we're going to do the oldest person for a gift and the youngest person for a gift.
Kerr Auction is your trusted source for ag equipment, attachments, construction gear, trucks, trailers, and hard-to-find parts. With live and online auctions at kerrauction.com, you can bid from anywhere, field, job site, or front porch. From big equipment to small parts. If you need it, Kerr Auction has it. Don't miss your next deal. Check out kerrauction.com today. Kerr Auction, built for the working world.
Why pay more for the same groceries? Your favorite brands at prices you'll love. Right here in Mattoon. Family owned and proud to serve our community.
Thank you, Diane. Now,
Proud supporters
$5
of local
for the
harness
Family
racing
Farm
and the Coles County
the
Fair.
oldest person in attendance today. Do we have
Stop
anybody
in
over
and
80,
save
I hope?
today.
You can raise your
B
hand.
and D Grocery in Mattoon.
Okay, I know at least we have one. How about 85s? Still in the ballpark? Nope, okay, down there also. How about 87? Still in the ballpark? Anybody else down here? Yep, okay. How about 89? And we'll wait just a second until the water truck goes by. Okay. I see 89. How about 91? Still in 91. Anybody else? Over here. Oh, we still have a 91. I don't see where, but How about 93? Still got a hand up and down over here. Do I have a 93 over here? I feel like I'm at an auction. Hey, what do you want to give, Kurt? 93, 94, 94. Going once. I think I have a winner in the purple shirt. Congratulations, sir. Just hold up. How old are you, just for curiosity? 94? Congratulations. 93. Thank you very much. Congratulations. That's a heck of a run, sir. You got him. Now for the youngest. Do we have anybody under a year?
Back with you here on Harness Tube. We want to thank everyone for tuning in out there. We're trying to keep the YouTube chats monitored. We've had some folks out there wanting to throw their picks out. I haven't got those up in time, unfortunately, yet, but we are kind of paying attention to them. And once we get this whole situation ironed out with the fan selections, it'll be a really good time to see the points of who's out there and how good they're doing with their selections. Great day of racing here. We're glad you could be with us. Let me get this driver change real quick.
Number 3, Shopping Party, the driver, Denarius Dortch. Race 5, number 3, Shopping Party, Denarius Dortch, D-O-R-T-C-H. He will be the driver. Denarius is 27 years of age. He comes to us out of Jackson, Mississippi. And Denarius is a driver who competed for a while in the amateur events years ago on the Illinois County Fair circuit, won a number of those races, and then moved on up into the professional ranks, you might say, and he's done very well with his career. He's been winning races this spring at Oak Grove, the pari-mutuel track in Kentucky, and already has a win under his belt here today.
Kurt, our ambulance's helicopter is going to take off here in about 5 minutes. They're getting ready to prepare right now, so if we have to delay this upcoming race just a moment, we will.
And thank you for the heads up on that, Tim. We will keep an eye on the situation with the helicopter on the infield because the 5th race, 2-year-old filly Pacers are on the track for a purse of $2,700 as we continue with the Illinois Standardbred Association races. And again, these races are restricted to Illinois conceived and foaled horses. The 2-year-old filly Pace contested today in memory of Doc and Faye Downey. And a reminder, the driver of number 3, Shopping Party, is Denarius Dortch. We'll go ahead and meet the starters. Post-parade is forming up, and they'll be in front of the stands here in a moment. Number 1 is One More BB, owned by Brian Brown of DuQuoin, trained by Charles Arthur and the driver Marcus Turner. Number 2, Roses and Pearls, is owned and trained by Isaac Love, and trained and driven, in fact, by owner Isaac Love. Isaac is now the owner, contrary to the program. He's the trainer, he's the driver as well. Number 3, Shopping Party, Charles Arthur is now both the owner and trainer, so make a note of that if you would like. Charles Arthur owns and trains number 3, Shopping Party, but he's going to step aside and again have Denarius Dortch drive number 3. Number 4 is She Ain't Got Time, owned by Vernon Archer of Madison, Mississippi, trained by Jordan Patton, Jordan and the bike. And the helicopter getting ready to depart from the infield here at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair, which is why the starter, Stacy DeRoos, gave a heads up to the horsemen, and that is why they have stayed on the back straightaway, as we will not go to the post with race 5 until the helicopter has completed its departure.
Yeah, Kurt, we'd sure hate to have an accident because a baby got scared by a helicopter taking off, which is something they won't see quite regularly, I'm sure, in their lifetime. While we've got a second, I'd like to thank, as he's coming by, I'm not sure if that's Tim or Keith. Looks like it's Keith, but I'd like to thank the Denhams for their work on the track. We are going to have it has been an excellent track here, at least from what I've walked by in front of the stage, so we could see some really good miles tomorrow. We don't get rain, and we've raced on this for 2 days. We should have some really nice miles here tomorrow with the 3-year-old Pacers and even the 2-year-old pacers. And hopefully maybe even with those older pacers. Hey, and I'd like to give a huge shout out to J.K. Mitchell.
Hey, David. Well, we got a break here with a chopper going down. Hopefully, we can stop the blacking out on the car.
Do you want to go to the broadcast camera and talk about this?
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me do that.
If it's up.
Yep, we got it right there. Wait, let me
got
take
something to talk about here today. As you can see, I got in my hands. It's upside down. But we've talked about on our website a drivers' championship here at Harness Tube, and we're keeping points for everybody. And you can see we actually do have a drivers' championship leather belt. I think currently Wyatt's leading after the Springfield preview, but this is going home with whichever driver has the most points at the end of the season. So make sure you check out harnesstube.com and look at the point standings and root for your favorite driver.
Wow, that looks right out of the WWF right there.
Harrison may have worn it a time or two. I will admit he pulls it out and likes wearing it around the house sometimes. So
what wrestler is he when he wears that belt?
It's usually Stone Cold. Stone Cold Steve Austin. It's not always the best language, but I grew up on it too, so I can't say a whole lot, right?
Well, because Stone Cold said so.
He did say so.
That's bad, but I grew up with boys watching wrestling.
You understand, right?
I was the guy watching wrestling at the Chase in St. Louis growing up on Channel 11 out of St. Louis.
It's a fun sport. It's one of those things like harness racing. If you're in the community, if you're a nerd for it, you just love it.
Bob the Bruiser.
Rufus
R. Jones.
Oh, yeah.
And so
Junkyard Dog.
Yeah.
Used to come through this area. Wahoo, McDaniels, and
yeah.
But yeah, this is our belt. You can see a picture on the website, but I wanted to get a good shot of it on the camera. So
Tim, see that? You need to show that to Tim. Well, you got it out. Now they're doing good out here. Horses are doing really well as they're going around the track here. The chopper is taking off better than I expected as far as that being a new noise for the horses, David. I thought they did really well out there.
I would not want to be a 2-year-old trainer today and have that chopper going off, but it's a cool thing and everyone did great. So
there's a couple of horses we've seen that didn't like the starter car, so that would be a big...
It's a first start day. Anything can happen, right?
Absolutely. But showing the belt, that was great. We've got some things coming up. Folks, you can see everything going on our website, all those things. We want you to realize that. We thank all of our sponsors. That's a really nice looking slide there for Flacco Farms.
Yeah,
I like that.
Tabby did that one. That was sent to me. I didn't even make that one. Tabby sent it over to me, and I think it looks great. You know, the Flacco's Doc went in the Hall of Fame this year. They've done so much for the sport in the last 20, 30 years in Illinois, and we're super grateful for them.
Absolutely. Folks, we hope our starter car camera works out a little bit better now that we've got the antenna a little closer to the middle. Yeah.
A little more centralized.
Hey, I still got a car full of equipment to use, David.
I know.
But we'll go back to our track announcers as we get ready to go. The horses are on the back stretch and starter cars back there. We'll go back to Tim and Kurt.
It was in my class when it came to chemistry, physics, when you had to do those labs. I would have been hunting her down in the classroom and saying, hey, how about you be my lab partner, because that's the only chance I would have had to have gotten a passing grade, much less an A.
I know what you mean. I was fortunate enough that my twin was valedictorian of my class. Let's just say I was a real solid C-. I really swelled up around C-, C. You know, I just wanted to be eligible to play sports. I knew I was going to race horses, so I figured this was a giant waste of time already. And, so I think I'd have been in the front row of most classes, Mrs. Calvert, if I'd have been taught by her. I believe she'd have had me right up front because I was famous for sneaking in the Horseman and Fair World. and sitting in the back row and reading the Horseman and Fair World. That was my idea of a tough class.
Tim, I remember years after I had graduated high school, one of my former teachers I ran into uptown one day, and he looked at me. He said, you always did well in the classes where you could talk your way around the answer. And I think he was right. Yes, yes. Getting a thumbs up from David Brink over there on the infield with harness tube. So it's good, Tim. It's good to have company, isn't it?
It is. No wonder we get along so well, Kurt. We're in the same boat. But I've never heard that one before. Talk your way around. I like that. Yeah.
Folks have just been commenting that good crowd here in attendance, and it's just great the support that racing gets at the fair. And thanks to the Martinsville Agricultural Fair Board adding a second day of racing last season and bringing it back again this year, that takes a big commitment, and I know the horsemen and racing fans appreciate it. The 2-year-old filly Pace, race 5 in memory of Doc and Faye Downey. Here they come. Race 5. Off and pacing they go, and there goes Shopping Party with Darius Dortch right for the early lead. One more BB comes away in the second position. Roses and Pearls is out racing third. She Ain't Got Time is away racing in fourth. They all quickly settle single file as they move around the first turn and race toward the quarter-mile mark. Shopping Party, the leader. Number 3, Shopping Party, shows the way by just over a length. One more BB travels in second position by a length as they go to the quarter. Roses and Pearls is third, and She Ain't Got Time is fourth as they line up nose to tail. And here comes a move from Roses and Pearls. She takes to the outside. Third, second, now the leader. Roses and Pearls takes over for Isaac Love as they work over to the far turn the first time. 34 and 4 for that opening quarter. 34 and 4/5 seconds. Roses and Pearls, and again, all of these horses making their first career starts today. And a reminder, Isaac Love is now the owner as well as the trainer driver, so he's got a lot invested here with our leader. Roses and Pearls coming down to the half-mile mark. Shopping Party is right behind her in second position. One more BB is third, and She Ain't Got Time is off stride in fourth and has lost about 5 or 6 lengths to the second last horse as they go on by the half in 1:07. First half mile in 1:07. Around the east turn they go, past the stable area, approaching the 5/8 mile mark. Roses and Pearls leads it by a length. Shopping Party goes second by a length. One more BB is third, and then a gap of 5 more lengths back to She Ain't Got Time in fourth. Up the backstretch they go toward the 3/4 mile mark. Roses and Pearls is the leader. Here comes a challenge from Shopping Party. Shopping Party to the outside, Roses and Pearls to the inside. These two side by side over to the far turn. A 5-length gap back to one more BB and a dozen more back to She Ain't Got Time. 1:40 was the time, but the 3/4, 1 minute, 40 seconds flat. They work toward the top of the stretch. It is still door to door for the race lead. Roses and Pearls and Shopping Party. Shopping Party, Roses and Pearls. These two fillies, first career start, folks, and what a race! And it's going to be Shopping Party. Shopping Party's going to get clear. Second win of the day for trainer Charles Arthur and driver Denarius Dortch. Shopping Party opened up to win by 3 lengths on the line. Roses and Pearls home second, one more BB third, and She Ain't Got Time finished fourth. 2:09 and 3, the time for the mile, 2:09 and 3/5. Tim, how about that? Never have seen the starting gate until today, and those fillies got into a throwdown.
Very nice, and if I heard the fractions correctly, that last quarter is going to be 29 and change of some sort. I didn't quite catch. I heard you say 140 and then 29, so I know we've got 29 and something, which is a very nice last quarter. Those guys both have to be very happy. His Colt race very nice. Or was that a Colt race or filly race, Kurt? I've been a little busy over here. It was a Colt race, I was just told, so yeah, they have to be very happy with that Colt.
Tim, one of the great things about this sport, earlier we saw a $25,000 yearling get to the winner's circle, and here we see the other end of that spectrum, a $2,000 yearling that gets to the winner's circle. Something for everyone, you might say, in the sport of harness racing. And this winning filly grew up not too far from here in Flat Rock, at the Mary Lee Jeffers farm, as Shopping Party was bred by Adele Jeffers Everett. Valentino, the sire of this filly, out of Sammy's Party by Party at Arts Place. 2 wins today for this trainer-driver combination, Charles Arthur and Denarius Dortch. How about a hand for the winner, Shopping Party? Tim, the Doc and Faye Downey blanket, you talked a couple of years ago about Doc Downey and his history here in Clark County as a veterinarian. I never fully appreciated it until I found a newspaper article from late in his career. The man had a remarkable career, just incredible. And the article talked about how he had a vet practice for over 60 years, born and raised in Clark County, knew families, knew them for generations. I read where people would sometimes go to him even if they didn't have an animal to take care of, because they would go to Doc and say, hey, tell me about my great-grandfather. Tell me about my amazing.
Yes, he was. And when I was in high school and right out of high school, Doc was still alive and lived almost, you could almost throw a baseball to it here. He lived right on York Street. Coach Bill Downey, my son's baseball coach, lives there now. I used to go there as a kid and buy medicines from him and stuff, whatnot, for the horses. And he was in a wheelchair then, but the information and the wealth of knowledge he had, it was really entertaining, and he was a really great guy. And I can't tell you how good a guy his legacy's passed on with Coach Downey. Great guy, one of the, a great guy to have here in Martinsville, and we appreciate that they keep sponsoring and keep Doc's name alive every year.
It's incredible to read about someone who, when he started his vet practice in the 1920s, he would often ride on horseback to go to the farms where he was needed. He's one of us. He was one of us. He was a horseman, and he loved horses, and he talked about that in this particular article. And what a legacy! And you're right. And someone, when you are still a practicing vet into your 90s. That is incredible. He passed at age 96, and I think Faye at age 98 a few years later. But just incredible. Tim, if you need to play Pick a Winner, take care of that if you will, and then we'll give you the rundown.
Okay, great. Yes, my Pick a Winner for that race gets a gift certificate to Winnie's was Cash Cook. Cash, where are you sitting? Carrie, Cash. I see people pointing. Somewhere down here to the left. Sorry, Carrie, I can't see you still. Oh, I see you up there. Up. Kurt, whenever you have the rundown, we're ready for you. Congratulations, Cash Man.
Thank you, Tim. Here's the full field rundown, race 5. It is official. One More BB finished 3rd. Roses and Pearls, the runner-up. Shopping Party was the winner, and She Ain't Got Time finished 4th. The quarter, 34-4. The half in 1:07. 3/4 in 1:40. The time for the mile, 2:09-3. And it reached down 3:2-1:4. Race 6 is on the way. Horsemen, come to the track, please. The 6th race, the Lowell Bennett Memorial, the 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Pace. And by the way, Tim, one of the
Experience matters. At Simmons Stable, Illinois Hall of Fame trainer Tom Simmons, along with wife Benita, has built a legacy of developing and racing championship standardbreds. From yearling to winner's circle, every horse is guided with experience, expertise, and care. Simmons Stable, 217-801-4246.
Looking to move your mobile home? Need a roll-off dumpster at a competitive rate? Or maybe it's time to demo that old mobile home? Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport has you covered. We serve Central Illinois with reliable mobile home transport, offer affordable roll-off dumpsters for the Springfield area, and provide expert demolition services across Illinois and Missouri. For fast, friendly service, call Wayne Decker at 217-313-9744. That's 217-313-9744. Or find Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport on Facebook, your one-stop solution for mobile home services.
This Labor Day, the future of Illinois harness racing takes center stage. Walk the barns. Study the pedigrees. Watch them move. and invest in tomorrow's winners. From proven bloodlines to rising stars. Illini Classic Yearling Sale, where champions are found.
All right, David, let's go to some of our talk points here and see if we can get through a couple of these also. Hey, you can contact us either particularly through the Gmail address. That's a great place. Text David at the number 312-772-5122. Why? Because we like this thing called the backstretch.
Yes,
it's our
absolutely.
funnest thing of the summer.
And speaking of, I just heard Kurt mention that Paula Zitrich sent him a picture from when she won here. Her and her family raced at the Martinsville Fair in 1984. Paula, if you're out there watching, send that to us. Send it to an email. We'll try to get it up on the screen for you and show all the fans at home, you know, what these used to look like back in the 80s whenever your family was doing it.
Yeah, we'll leave that number up there, Paula, if you want to text that to David or email it to him.
But that's what makes it fun, right? This
absolutely.
sharing pictures and stories and times gone past. And
now, here's what we do not want, and I'll use this as a prime example. Lane Avenatti, you are not allowed to send pictures this time of day with you lounging by the pool with a cold beverage in your hand.
Or if Troy's over at Doug's house, I don't want to see them in the little kiddie pool with a beer in their hand either.
No, that yeah. Those are some of the guidelines there. Now, if you're eating good food, and I'll throw this out there for our chat, and David, we can catch up on those a little bit. I'm always interested to hear what people's favorite fair food is.
Yes.
If you've seen me, you know why I'm asking this question. Text us your favorite, or send it through the chat or the Facebook chat, your favorite fair food. So do we have any chats out there, David?
Yeah, I'm fighting the times. The times updated, so we're good there. So I'm looking at the chat now. Let's look through here. Oh, I forgot. Denarius has a nickname we're not using. It's Mop.
Mop.
I think he used to have like longer dreads or something. I don't know where that came from, but I'll refer to him as Mop affectionately. We got some fans out there. Eddie says, if this racetrack can show live racing, so should the Meadowlands. Well, we appreciate you following along. Kenya's out there still. Antonio Love following along. Ike out here. I can't see the bottom chat, so that's about where we are now. Somehow my screen's not big enough, but I'll fix that later.
Well, yeah, let me see if I can get to anything here. Antonio, that's the last one. So.
Okay, good. So I didn't miss anything.
No, I think you're fine.
Antonio used to race over here in Illinois, if I remember back in the day. I haven't seen him for a few years. I think he's in Indiana now, maybe Kentucky. I'd have to follow up on that, but appreciate him following along. I know JJ was out there throwing some pics in the chat from his truck, I believe, or at least driving back to Ohio. We appreciate everyone following. We haven't heard Pebbles today, have we? With the boys gone, she's not following along, is she?
Pebbles, I think Pebbles deserted us out there.
Oh, man, the boys are gone, and so she's not following along. She's out. Someone shoot her a text message. Told her to start watching Harness Tube out there. But we appreciate everyone. It's fun to gain fans, to learn their names, to share stories. Fair after fair, day after day, to have the same names come back. We appreciate all the eyeballs out there, and I know the horsemen do too. I know I'm getting texts about the belt and the camera and how much the horsemen appreciate what we're doing, and we love it. We love the horses. We love horse racing. We want to, in my mind, there's no reason why we can't put on a production on par with NFL or MLB or something like that.
Well, we got a camera thrown up at the barn. It's not as great a shot. Maybe we'll have a better shot from a different camera tomorrow over by the barn, but that kind of gives you the atmosphere of things. And
that's a good shot if you have a dead spot behind a car or something. That's a nice wide angle, but yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice wide
Oh, and the broadcast camera I forgot about. So, yeah, we got a bunch of new stuff happening today.
Well, I don't think people are as interested in looking at us as they are at looking maybe even at the horse barn, David.
You know what, though? If it wasn't valuable, they wouldn't do it on the NFL games, right? They always cut to the booth. So there's something about seeing the face with the name or the voice or whatever that kind of clicks with people, makes it feel like we're all together.
And normally we'd be able to talk to Lisa, but she's in a bad vantage point close to a speaker. I think there's a speaker right there on a pole.
Right behind her head.
Right behind her head, and so that is not as good as what we tested out at. Hopefully some other tracks will be able to do that. We had her in Springfield because we had her hardwired
in, yep.
The same. So we'll have her in Carrollton. So we'll bring
Throw
you
it to
back
Kurt.
them.
I hear a post break
Three,
coming.
Skunk-alicious. Jordan Patton on number 3, Skunk-alicious. Let's meet the starters. The Lowell Bennett Memorial, the Illinois Standardbred Association 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Pace, as we remember a businessman and standardbred owner and also a member of the staff for a number of years at the Illinois Department of Agriculture and a Navy veteran of World War II. We remember Lowell Bennett. Number 1, Just a Tad Blue, owned by Aaron Martin of Marion, trained and driven by Darla Martin Lohman. 2, Fox Valley Lit, owned by Wyatt Avenatti of Chrisman, Kevin Neatfeld of Piatone, Dave Schrock of Humboldt, Paula Zittrich of Dunlap, Illinois, trained by David Avenatti. Wyatt Avenatti drives. Number 3, Skunk-alicious, owned and trained by Jill Brown of Charleston, owned also by Olivia Taylor of Charleston. The driver has been changed. It'll be Jordan Patton on number 3. The 4 is Touch of Turbulence, owned by Willie Scott of Raymond, Mississippi. The trainer-driver, Freddie Patton Jr. Tim, a question for you. We've talked about the fact that these 2-year-olds, again, all first-time starters. We talked to trainer Dave Avenatti about number 2, Fox Valley Lit, and we said, okay, we looked up. This 2-year-old is a full or half brother to 4 horses that have all taken fast records. I think 3 of them in 153 or faster.
Bring it up since we're talking about it. Pebbles, we're glad that you're there.
Yes, yeah.
Nice pick, by the way.
We're glad your boys still follow along, too, because I shouted to Fat Man yesterday. He's up at the track in New York, and he said there's no place he'd rather be racing than Illinois if the money were right. And JJ's following in. You know, there's something about your family. The Pattons love racing in Illinois, and we love you.
Well, thank you so much for reaching out, Pebbles. We didn't think we'd lost you. You like horse racing, so we're on the air.
There's still enough Pattons going around. I'm having trouble with my pictures down here. It's driving me nuts. But, yeah, I apologize for the pictures being a little slow. They're right on my end. It's just not going through on the broadcast.
Can we hook that up directly tomorrow as a camera or not?
No, it's an it's a URL.
Okay. And, ooh, yeah.
Are they up? Are we up? I don't know.
Yet. You just need to let them grow up and mature. So sounds like Dave thinks this one's going in the right direction. Sounds like he may not have been real happy with him early on in training, but everybody's had those horses where you're not happy with them and they come on to be nice horses. And then, of course, you get those that break your heart, that train super, and you think, oh, boy, I've really got something. And then you hit about 210, and that's when everything starts changing, and you're like, oh, boy, this one fooled me. So, you never can tell, honestly.
And I tend to agree with you. That I had a similar thought to what you just explained, that there may have been some challenges early on, but that he is pleased with the path that Fox Valley Lit is on. And as far as developing some talent, we're about to find out. At this very early juncture, first career start, has Fox Valley Lit developed enough talent to beat his 3 foes here today? Or will somebody else step forward for the win? Tim, it's an exciting, fresh, new time of year, isn't it?
Boy, it definitely is. And you've put in a lot of cold days jogging and training to this point, Kurt. It's, you've looked forward to this. If you've spent $25,000 or $10,000, whatever it may be, and spent all winter training him and feeding him and betting him and getting him shot and all that, and now it comes down to this, you really let's go.
And here they come for race 6, the Lowell Bennett Memorial. They are off and pacing. There goes Skunk-alicious for the lead with Touch of Turbulence a step quicker, but leaving from the far outside, has to clear all 3 of the horses to the left and has done almost has done just that. Still has to dispose of Fox Valley Lit, who we talked about a moment ago. And Fox Valley Lit is a stubborn foe and managed to keep Touch of Turbulence parked all the way around that first turn. And now Fox Valley Lit is off stride. Fox Valley Lit is on a break, and the leader is off stride. Touch of Turbulence as well. In the meantime, Skunk-alicious goes from 3rd to 2nd and now sneaks up the inside lane to challenge Touch of Turbulence for the lead. 34 seconds for the opening quarter, 34 seconds flat. Touch of Turbulence lost ground on the backstretch while on that break, now is back on the pace and maintains the lead and opens back up by a length and a half. Skunk-alicious, though, is right behind in 2nd. Then a gap of 10 more lengths back to the 2 trailers, Just a Tad Blue and Fox Valley Lit, who tries to recover and starts moving up up from last on the outside, 8 lengths off the lead. Halfway home in the Lowell Bennett Memorial. It is Touch of Turbulence, the leader by a length. Freddie Patton Jr. checks over his shoulder. He sees Jordan Patton with Skunkalicious right behind in second. 106-1 for the first half mile. 106-1. Fox Valley Lit has made up a lot of ground, has gone to third, and has gone from about 15 lengths off the lead to within 5 to 6 lengths of the lead. But the leader's already at the midpoint of the backstretch. Touch of Turbulence leads it by 1 length. Skunkalicious is second, a gap of 5 to Fox Valley Lit in third, and then a gap of 15 more lengths back to just a Tad Blue, who's fourth as they go on by the 3/4. Now the tempo quickens. 3/4 and 138. 3/4, 138 flat. Touch of Turbulence opens up to a 4-5 length lead as they turn for home. Skunkalicious is second. Fox Valley Lit about to challenge for that second spot. One more time, Touch of Turbulence put in a few awkward steps turning for home, but now is back up to full gear, and Touch of Turbulence, Freddie Patton Jr. to win the Lowell Bennett Memorial. Touch of Turbulence won it by some 7 lengths. Fox Valley Lit, give that 2-year-old credit, came back to finish second after breaking stride early on, and then it's close for third, either Skunkalicious or just a Tad Blue. 2:09 flat, the time for the mile. 2:09 flat. Touch of Turbulence, number 4, your unofficial winner.
Kurt, I think we saw what David was talking about there. That Colt paced through the first turn really nice, where you would think he might have had a problem, was straightened up down the backstretch, and then made that break, and then came back and paced a real nice mile after that. So I think that's what Dave's talking about. He just may lose focus at times, but has some ability. So they'll keep working on that. The Colt will get out of that greenness, and before long, that'll be a thing in the past, and they'll have a nice racehorse, I think.
And that's a great example, Tim. I know as a race fan, I tend to show up on race day, and you see these horses come out, and maybe those of us who haven't spent a lot of time at the barn, you have. You have spent your career working with horses, but there is a lot of work that goes into this, and a trainer has to put a lot of thought, especially into how to develop a young horse who's just starting his career.
Absolutely, and it's very important these first few races how it goes. Now, just because he made a break, that doesn't mean anything for what he's going to be later on in the future, but David will go home, make some adjustments like we all have to do to all of our horses all the time, and he'll have a nice race. But I guarantee you Wyatt's not real happy right now, because to me it didn't look like there was any reason at all that Colt should have done it, except that he's just being a Colt. So that's where the driver, we get a little unhappy right then. He's probably not real happy right now.
Now returning is the winner of race 6, the Lowell Bennett Memorial. Talk about a learning experience in his first career start. This gelding, he broke stride once, he got rough-gated again. Folks, he still came on to win. How about a hand for Touch of Turbulence? And your winning trainer driver, Freddie Patton Jr., an Illinois Hall of Fame horseman. The winning 2-year-old pacer, a gelded son by Jet Airway, out of Delicate Touch by Camluck, $1,100 yearling. Bred by Brian and Candy Herzog of Beecher City, and Touch of Turbulence. Folks, you saw it all with that winner. Saw some speed, saw him break stride, saw him get back on gate, saw him get rough-gated again, turning for home, and still overcame all of that to get home on top in 2:09. We're going to hold off on the full field rundown. Our presiding judge has yet to give us the all clear, so we're going to stand by on that.
Kurt, is the winner okay?
Yes, you're good on the winner. Yes.
My pick a winner for race.
Dave, we're going to come back just for a second, just so we can do this. I'm going to throw a picture up on the screen.
There it is. Let's put on Freddie here. How about that? Paula sent in the picture. 1984 Champagne Tony Martinsville Fair free-for-all pace 2-7-2. Paula and Don Beard owners. Good to see Randall Finn, one of the best drivers in this state. Oh, it's official now.
judge or steward will
Wanna
do,
listen to this
because
result real quick?
there was a lot of activity. You had a couple of horses that broke stride. He just wanted to make sure. He was talking by two-way radio with our starter, Stacy DeRoos, and he said, before I declare this official, I want to make sure, check with you what you saw from your perspective, and make sure no horseman came by the starting gate after the race and said, hey, I want to lodge a claim of foul. So always good to use some caution, but now we're good to go, and the result is official for race 6. Just a Tad Blue finished 4th. Fox Valley Lit, the runner-up, Skunkalicious 3rd, and Touch of Turbulence, the winner. 34 seconds at the quarter, 106 and 1 at the half, 3/4 and 138 the mile, and 209 flat. It reads 4-2-3-1. Race 7 is on the way. No scratches and no driver changes to report. And Tim, just to put a bow on that 6th race, I know that you had a chance early in your career to drive some harness horses that were owned by the late Lowell Bennett. I know that you and your dad trained for Lowell, and no doubt a lot of fond memories from early in your career. And is it fair to say Lowell was one of the owners that really encouraged you and made you say, you know what, I want to be in this sport?
I'll get you as soon as they get by the water truck here.
With that, David, we'll come back to our picture and talk about our picture.
But how cool is that? We love seeing those old, it looks kind of the same sitting from this vantage point, where the photographer was, and, this track is been, look at that. You still have those gas pipe railings on the grandstand, and
carts changed a little bit.
The
David.
carts changed a lot bit, but look, that was a little underslung for back in the 80s. You can see how the axle was set forward on that one. That was ahead of its time, really. But Randall Finn was one of the best drivers in the state. I think he had almost 40, 50 heads stabled at Chicago at one time. One of the first catch drivers, in this state, that I remember correctly, because back in the day, everyone drove their own horses, and Randall was so talented that everyone wanted him to drive.
All right, let's look at this picture, and let's do some amateur racing knowledge things here.
Okay, shoot.
Okay, number one, we don't use the head number anymore. How's come?
Because they fell off all the time, and they were annoying. They were really nice for the judges to see, to differentiate horses, but as a horseman, they fell off. You stepped on them. They ended up in wheels. They were just a pain in the butt. I was happy to see them go.
One thing that's not changed really overall for centuries is the bit in the mouth for a horse. I mean, you talk about something that came out of the 1700s, 1600s. Yeah. That's probably pretty basic, but I don't know about the lines there. It looks...
I think they're using leather lines there, old school leather lines, maybe some nylon fronts, but yeah, they definitely.
So you use nylons today?
Yeah, they call beta. It's kind of a rubberish material. They have leather. They have plastic coated nylon. Nylon's really light. Beta's a little more rubbery. Leather is the most natural feel, but it's a pain in the butt to take care of, as you can imagine.
Well, and I'm looking at the eye covers, and some of those have changed drastically, I believe, because they used to, it was just kind of a square thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, you'll see, what they call blinders on and blinkers, and there's different bridle configurations. But you can see on this picture here, Champagne Tony was wearing a little small shadow roll there with a white stripe over the nose and the black on the side. So, back in the days, they wore a lot more equipment. You can see knee boots and tendon boots, and I can't tell if
that's what I was going to ask you about that.
Those white knee boots there.
Yeah.
The real big difference here, and I'm pointing, but we're on TV, but look how the bike attaches. See how the shaft sticks up almost to the horse's shoulder?
Yeah.
There's a thimble on the top of that end of that shaft that ties back to the harness, and then you would wrap that belt around there at the harness about 3 times and strap it down real tight, and then there was a tug that went back to about halfway down the shaft, and you were attached to the horse with those 3 straps. It was the craziest thing, and it took forever to get a horse to a bike.
Well, and you can see the wheels have kind of started to make the change since the 80s. Not as slick, but today they're a whole lot sleeker wheel.
And those were spoked wheels back then.
Seat, has the seat changed that much?
That looks like a pretty good seat. It
looks
beat up.
And that, to me, looks like it came off a John Deere riding lawnmower.
It might have. But, Randall might have been ahead of his time there. It looks like the seat was a little beat up. But, some of the horsemen, they kind of break that back of their seat so they can lean back more and get more aerodynamic. So it looks like he might have been breaking that seat in and making it a little lower back there for him or something. But
yeah, so
still cool to see this picture. I love seeing these old stuff.
Yeah, and that's the things we're looking for from the backstretch guys is pictures like that we can see out there going on. As far as equipment changes, we love seeing that. Colors really haven't changed.
No.
No, they're kind
well,
of basically
I will say
the same.
there was a time before white pants.
Oh,
if you
really?
go back and look in, I think the 50s or 60s, maybe early 70s, but 50s or 60s, they switched to the white pants. And I remember seeing Connell Willis drive at the Brown County Fair wearing khaki pants in his race colors. It was the weirdest thing, but it happened, back in the day.
Well, and the funny thing, painters wear white pants. I guess so when you paint
I can't
primer,
tell you how many horsemen bought painter's pants to wear with their colors, silks, the top. They just go buy some painter's pants and wear carpenter's pants on the track. And I know Tom Simmons used to. A lot of guys used to wear just those white jeans.
All the places, white pants.
Well,
I mean,
it looks good.
Well, and the good thing here, it is after Easter, so you may wear white pants after Easter. So
I don't abide by. I wear white shirts about every day, I think, but I have a uniform. We'll say. I think I hear Kurt with a post print. So we'll throw it back up there, and I'll get the graphics going.
Race number 7 in your scorecard, the Illinois Standardbred Association 3-year-old filly Trot, First Division. This is also the race in memory of Susan Wolf-Probst. Driver change on the 5, Shady Maple Caddy. Make it Matt Avenatti. Number 5, Shady Maple Caddy, Matt Avenatti. Let's meet the starters for race 7. For a purse of $1,452, number 1, Checkin' Lights and Chrome, owned, trained, and driven by Connor Prather of Springfield. 2, Daphne Durango, owned by Dr. Stephen Rennert of Hamilton, trained and driven by Jill Brown. 3 is 9 Inch Nails, owned by Ernie Sork and Nori Nessa of Fairfield, owned also by trainer Sean Nessa of DuQuoin, and the driver is Isaac Love. 4, No Flies on Me, owned and trained by Jamaica Patton of Rochester, owned also by the D&J Racing Stables of Duncan and Jacqueline McLean of Terry, Mississippi. The driver is Mike Cox. 5 is Shady Maple Caddy, who was your point champion for the ISA circuit among the 2-year-old trotting fillies 1 year ago. She is owned by Earl Antonio Avenatti. He is the owner-trainer of Clinton, Indiana, co-owned by Mal DeHorn of Clinton, Indiana, and Mr. Avenatti's grandson, Matt Avenatti, will be the driver. And number 6, Broadway and Lou, owned by the Flacco Family Farms, LLC of Alexis, Dr. Richard and Arlene Flacco, Rick and Tabby Flacco, owned by Steve Searle, who's the trainer. He comes to us from Grant Park, and owned as well by Brian Code of Bradford. The driver is Wyatt Avenatti. Tim?
Kirk, that gentleman had drove 1,200 miles to come watch racing here today at the Martinsville Ag Fair. And I don't care if you drove 0.2 miles or 1,200. I'm glad you're here. Thank you very much. We do appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your whole week here if you're going to be here for the whole week. And we really appreciate it. We got a nice crowd, Kurt. I know you can't see it there. And I just want everybody, like you said, tell a friend to bring them tomorrow. And then after tomorrow, I want you to tell somebody else to bring them next year. So the stands are looking much better than they did 4 or 5 years ago, Kurt. Very happy.
That is fantastic. This marvelous old grandstand. What a tremendous renovation has been done. And for those of us who started coming to this fair when we were kids back in the 1970s, so many great memories of a packed house in this grandstand for racing, and it's just great. The Fair Board has taken an effort, and the whole community, to restore the grandstand and restore the racing program, and it's just fantastic to see. The tradition, like Mr. Avenatti, Earl Avenatti, 86 years of age, the co-owner and trainer of number 5 Shady Maple Caddy. Of course, Mr. Avenatti based his stable here for a while in the 1970s. He was a teacher at Palestine, and he stabled here with his family and with his horses. And 86 years of age, still training. He's here today. He's back there in the barn area. So many great memories over the years, and it means a lot to see what this Fair Board and what this community have done to sustain this program.
Kurt, once it's in your blood, you can't. You're in it till the day you die. You know what I mean? It's he's going to be doing that until, and I hope it's another 10 years or 15 years. But I promise you, it's just us old horse trainers just don't go away.
Absolutely, it's just fantastic, wonderful. The tradition, and Mr. Avenatti is one individual who certainly embodies a great Illinois racing tradition over the years. Here they come, top of the stretch, race 7, first division of the ISA 3-year-old filly Trot. They are off and trotting. There goes Daphne Durango out for the early lead. Shady Maple Caddy is there from the outside, and Checkin' Lights and Chrome will benefit from the inside starting spot, saving the ground once they move on to the turn. Moves up for the lead by a half length. There goes Broadway and Lou, 3 wide, now double wide, and goes right on by for the lead. What a move by Broadway and Lou. Wyatt Avenatti, there was no room on the inside lane, so he said, let's go to the top, and that's exactly what Broadway and Lou has done. She leads it now, gets over to the inside lane, clear with the lead at the quarter by 1 length. Checkin' Lights and Chrome goes second by a length. 32 and 2 for the opening quarter, 32 and 2/5 seconds. Shady Maple Caddy in good position third. And then a gap of 3 more lengths back to Daphne Durango, who travels along in the 4th position. Then No Flies on Me, and further back 9-inch Nails is the trailer after 3/8 of a mile. Broadway and Lou, pretty good 2-year-old of last year, won just over $25,000 and shows the way so far, so good here in race 7 for Broadway and Lou and Wyatt Avenatti. They lead it by a length. They head back to the east end of the track. 1:03 for the first half mile, the quickest opening half of the day. So a solid, honest pace by Broadway and Lou by a length as they race around that east turn. Here comes Shady Maple Caddy. Matt Avenatti says, brother, look out because you're about to have a challenge. Wyatt Avenatti has the lead. Matt Avenatti goes to second. You've still got Checkin' Lights and Chrome, who's third down toward the inside, and that horse now awakens, that filly does, as they go by the 3/4. Checkin' Lights and Chrome could be the danger here for the leader. Off 3/4 and 1:34 and 2. Oh, Checkin' Lights and Chrome is off stride. Checkin' Lights and Chrome goes on a break. Broadway and Lou is the leader. The lead is going to be some 7 lengths turning for home. Shady Maple Caddy does move up the inside to the 2nd spot. The rest are far back. Wyatt Avenatti, Chrisman, Illinois, is your winning driver with Broadway and Lou in today's 7th race. Broadway and Lou opened up and won it by 8 lengths. It was Shady Maple Caddy second by a half length over Daphne Durango in third. Another 10 to 12 lengths back to Checkin' Lights and Chrome, who was 4th after that break in stride. A similar gap back to No Flies on Me, 5th, and 9-inch Nails was 6th. 2:04 and 3. 2:04 and 3/5, the fastest mile of the day thus far, Broadway and Lou. Tim?
Excellent race, Kurt. Nice mile. The track is getting firmer, so they will start trotting and pacing faster here, and I think tomorrow they will really get around here pretty nicely. As soon as that race is official from the judge, I do have my pick a winner in my hand. And then, Kurt, I want you to think about something. I know you're a little busy up there, but some of us would like to know what you did or what your family has done with Fair Meadow Farm. If you'll think about that and let us know how that is continuing, or what you and your family has decided to do since your dad has passed away.
Tim, I am sure that given that this is an agricultural fair and this is a strong area for agriculture, we no doubt have some folks in the stands today who are engaged in the farming profession. And we mention that because co-owner Brian Code of our winner, he is a farmer up at his hometown in Bradford, Illinois. And Steve Searle, who also owns an interest and trains Broadway and Lou, Steve said, I want to see what you do. So Steve went to Brian's farm several weeks ago during planting season, and he got out there on the tractor with Brian, and Steve said it was a great experience. So, you know, we often talk about learning about what the horsemen do. Steve said, I want to know what farmers do. I want to see it firsthand, and I know Steve really enjoyed that experience.
That's neat. Hopefully Steve didn't mess up the poor guy's crops or something like that, you know. Kurt, hopefully he didn't destroy too much.
And now returning, here is the winner of race 7, taking the first division of the race named in memory of Susan Wolf Probst. Here is number 6, Broadway and Lou. And there's the blue blanket with the white lettering and trim. We remember Susan, who was a Martinsville High School and EIU graduate, member of the Martinsville Bible Church, was on the staff at Eastern Illinois University, and very much loved attending the races here at her home fair. We remember Susan with this 3-year-old filly Trot. Wyatt Avenatti is glad to be here. Wyatt, I know your schedule was up in the air when we headed into the weekend because originally he thought he might have to be at the fair in Center, Kentucky today, but they rained out, and Wyatt always likes a chance to race anywhere, but he said, I really, really hated to miss Martinsville, so glad it worked out. Tim, 2:04.3 the time. We'll give you the rundown in just a moment.
Sure thing. I'm sure the winner's okay. So my pick a winner who gets some pork burgers is Susan, and I hope I'm pronouncing this correct. Like I said, I was a C- student at best. So Susan Brechette. Straight ahead. Susan, how did I do on the last name? Thumbs up or down? Bresh. I got the thumbs up on that. Told you I was C-. I tried. We'll turn this over to Diane, Kurt, and then you can give us the official rundown.
And Tim, we do have the full field rundown for the 7th race, so let's pass that along real quickly. Checkin' Lights and Chrome was 4th. Daphne Durango was 3rd. 9 Inch Nails was 6th. No Flies on Me finished 5. Shady Maple Caddy, the runner-up, and Broadway and Lou, the winner. 32-2 at the quarter, 103 at the half. 3 quarters, 134-2, and mile and 204-3. Reads down 436-521. One other quick note, Tim, we checked down trackside a moment ago, and Susan's daughters, Peyton, Ella, and Ashley, were all trackside to assist with the presentation, and I understand they all 3 recently graduated from Eastern Illinois University, and that is a wonderful touch to things here this afternoon to be able to pass that along.
Yes, it was. And the only reason I know that I saw it on Facebook, Kurt, and so that very happy for them. Again, sorry for their loss of their mom. She was obviously way too young and was here right at the fair that year, and then a week later, I'm not sure what happened, but unfortunately, she was called home. So we appreciate them keeping Susan's memory alive. And again, girls, and we're sorry for your loss, but congratulations. She'd be proud. Now, can we turn this? I think we're Diane. Yep, Diane, you're up.
Long before the crowds arrive, the work is already underway. Track after track. Kevin Miller Stable campaigns winning standardbreds across the Midwest. Kev Miller Stable, 217-254-0170. Real craftsmanship still exists at Yoder's Custom Woodworking and Amish Furniture. From custom kitchens and built-ins to handcrafted furniture, outdoor poly, and more. Family owned and trusted since 1995. Visit Yoder's in Sullivan or call 217-728-2166 today.
Avenatti Racing, a third-generation, family-run stable with a legacy of excellence. Centrally located between Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky racing programs, Avenatti Racing specializes in buying yearlings, breaking, training, and racing top-performing standardbreds. Call 217-840-6469 or email AvenattiRacing@gmail.com today. Avenatti Racing, from yearling to racetrack, we build contenders.
David?
Yes.
Hey, look up there. Look at that. Who
How
we got?
about
Who we
that?
got there?
Little Amelia Finn. That's Harold Finn Jr.'s daughter. We've seen her last year a bunch of times, but we got some homemade colors for her. How about that? You know, wearing her own setup there in the back of the truck. We want to thank Jacqueline for sending those pictures in. It's so cool just to see the next generation, you know, enjoying making these memories. Because I remember being at the fair when I was young, not quite that age, but young enough, and it's just part of your blood. And she'll always remember being at these fairs every year now. You know, it's a great thing. So we appreciate Jacqueline and Harold, everyone for sending in the pictures and for following along.
All right, and what else we got here? Oh, there's some more.
Another one too.
Another picture, and then of course we had the one with the horse before, and we're thankful for you sending those in.
Yep.
We want to see a lot more of those. We got a lot of racing for this summer.
Uncle Larry and Aunt Susan are watching back in Mount Sterling. Said they're following along, so we're doing a great job. So we appreciate some of our BC Hornet crew following us along on this harness racing journey.
Because they are up there on the list of BC Hornet
when
fans
they got as many grandkids
in
sports as they got to follow along, don't they?
Yep, and thank them for supporting and watching. We've got a brood of people. I think Margot Rice, though, is at the top of the list. Margot sends me a message every single time we're on the air. She's watching someplace. I hope she found the harness racing.
I talked to the program director out there at the nursing home in town, and she's more than happy to show harness tube sometime. I just need to get hooked up with her and get all the information going. So hopefully we can get some of the nursing homes around the area watching harness tube. I mean, it's something that program directors are always looking for, something to entertain, you know, the people who live there and show them something to just make them smile. And it's easy, it's fun, and you know, it's all good, clean fun.
Okay, with that, we're going to go back to Kurt. I think he's talking about the farm. We'll be back.
Events, it will provide more pathways off the fairgrounds so that you don't have traffic backed up, as often happens when you have just a limited number of entrances and exits. So the fair board at Effingham County, Phil Hartke, the president, the officers Dale Loud and Wendell Allwert and the whole gang, they were so kind to my mother. And I mean, that was something for me to sit back and watch. And it was much appreciated. So the good news is the farm has a new lease on life, and we're all excited to see what the fair has in store for the former Fairmeadow Farm property.
Well, that's great, and at least but with them using the barn and stuff, the tradition of your dad and your family is going to be carried on through that. That's great to hear. I was wondering if it would be torn down, built houses and whatnot and stuff like that. So that makes me happy to hear that the ground's still going to be used for what your dad wanted to be used for, and that's having horses on it. So great to hear, Kurt.
And we appreciate that, Tim, very, very much. And as always, it's great to be joining you and everybody here at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair. Just a fantastic Sunday afternoon of racing. And we're just getting started. Race 8 coming up. We've got 13 total races today. And, of course, another 12 races here tomorrow. Race 8 starters are out. Race 8, the second division of the Illinois Standardbred Association 3-year-old filly Trot, and therefore second division of the race named in memory of Susan Wolf Probst as we get ready to go to the post with race 8. No scratches and no driver changes to report in this 8th event. Post parade gets ready to form up on the east end of the racetrack. Again, folks, great to have you with us on a Sunday afternoon at the fair. Number 1 is Little Brindle, owned by Kelly Avenatti of Windsor, and owned also by her mother, Tony Bell of Windsor, trained and driven by Kelly's husband, Tony's son-in-law, Matt Avenatti. Number 2 is Fox Valley Flashy, owned by Mike Buzzard of Altamont, Steve Searle of Grant Park, trained by Steve Searle, the driver, Jordan Patton. 3 is Fox Valley Cassidy, owned by Lester Detweiler, trained and driven by Marcus Detweiler. Fox Valley Cassidy, a winner here last year as a 2-year-old. Number 4 is GJ's Moxie Star, owned by Aaron Martin of Marion, Darla Martin Lohman of Effingham, Dr. Robert Lacey of Nokomis, trained and driven by Darla Martin Lohman. And number 6, Bills Are Due Lou, owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, trained by Jill Brown, and the driver is Chris Brown. Tim, I love getting your perspective as a horseman. A couple of days ago, I texted Steve Searle, the trainer and co-owner of number 2 Fox Valley Flashy. And as folks look at their track program, they can tell all the little X's on her past performance lines. That was a filly that was plagued with making breaks last year. Well, she raced great in her 3-year-old debut a week ago Wednesday, never made a break, and was second, beaten only a quarter of a length by the reigning Illinois champion, 2-year-old trotting filly of last year. So I sent a text to Steve Searle. I said, Steve, that's a great turnaround. What did you do to get her to stop making breaks? And he sent back, it's just one race. Let's not get carried away.
That sounds like a true trainer, doesn't it, Kurt? A guy that's been around trotters his whole life. And, hey, if you want to sound like you really know what you're talking about in the harness business, then when you talk about those X's, just say, hey, those chicken scratches. We call those chicken scratches. You don't ever want to see those on your horse's lines. Let me tell you, it's never a good thing. So if you want a little inside lingo there to the horse racing part of it, the chicken scratches, my friend.
Well, Tim, how about this? Steve did mention, he said Jordan Patton drove this filly in her 3-year-old debut, first time he had driven her, and Steve said for whatever reason, if that race was any indication, he seems to get along with her and she seems to like him. As crazy as it sounds, have you seen this where sometimes for whatever reason, a certain driver and a certain horse just seem to make a good team?
Absolutely, especially with young trotters. Yep, they just seem to mesh perfectly together. I may not be able to train that trotter to keep trotting, but Mike Johnson can. So you get that, and you just say, Mike, you're driving her because I can't keep her trotting, you know. So, yes, it's just the communication between the two works out well.
And right now they are at the post. The gate is rolling. Yeah, I've talked to Wyatt Avenatti over the years, who drove that filly in most of her starts last year, and Wyatt's a true horseman. And years ago we were talking about a different situation. Wyatt said, look, I don't take offense. If a trainer I drive for says, hey, I have found a driver that seems to get along for whatever reason better with this particular horse, Wyatt said, you know, I want those trainers that hire me, I want them to succeed. So it is interesting to see how things can unfold back in the barn area, again, as trainers and drivers kind of put their heads together and come up with the right approach. Right now they're coming down to the start, and having said all that, Fox Valley Flashy, well, folks, she is back to her old ways. She has been rough-gated behind the gate and is about 30 lengths behind the field. So now Jordan Patton has to get to work and see what he can do from there. And again, Fox Valley Flashy will spot the field about 30 lengths after getting off stride on the turn well before the start. The rest are off and trotting. There goes Little Brindle. Little Brindle out for the early lead. Fox Valley Flashy, again, the distant trailer here early. But in the meantime, Fox Valley Cassidy's away in good order. She's in the second position off the first turn. And then a gap of 5 more lengths back to Bill's Ardu Lou in third. GJ's Moxie Stars fourth. And here comes Fox Valley Cassidy. We told you this filly won here a year ago, so we know she likes this track. And she's moving up for Marcus Detweiler out of Sullivan, Illinois. 32-3 for the opening quarter, 32 3/5 seconds. Fox Valley Cassidy has opened up on a 5-length lead as she works her way past the opening 3/8 of a mile mark. Little Brindle will travel in second, then a gap of a half dozen lengths more or so back to the rest as they come on down toward the half-mile mark. Fox Valley Cassidy, your leader. Fox Valley Cassidy leads it by 3 lengths now. Little Brindle starting to catch back up to her, and then a gap of another 7 lengths back to a side-by-side battle for third. 102-3 for the first half, 102-3. It is Bill's Ardu Lou to the inside and GJ's Moxie Star to the outside. Again, that's the battle for third. It is a dozen lengths from the lead. Then there's a gap of 25 more or so back to Fox Valley Flashy. They head up the backstretch and go toward the 3/4 mile mark. It is Fox Valley Cassidy, the leader by 3 lengths. Little Brindle is still within striking distance, though, and there's a 1/4 mile to go. A gap of a dozen more lengths back to Bill's Ardu Lou. 3 more lengths back of that when GJ's Moxie Star, and 25 more back to the trailer, Fox Valley Flashy. 3/4, 133. A solid 3/4, 133 flat. Fox Valley Cassidy comes rumbling off the far turn to the top of the stretch. She won here at 2. She's going to win here again at 3. Oh, she loves the Martinsville Agricultural Fair, folks. Here she is. Fox Valley Cassidy is your winner. Fox Valley Cassidy won it by some 7 lengths. Little Brindle was home second. And then a gap of another 15 to 17 lengths back to Bills Are Due Lou, who was third by a head over GJ's Moxie Star fourth, and Fox Valley Flashy was fifth. Time for the mile, 2:02 and 1/5. 2:02 and 1/5. Fox Valley Cassidy takes a new lifetime record today and knocks better than 9 full seconds off her previous lifetime best.
Yeah, Kurt, they're going to start going some. The track's getting better and better, and the sun's out. So, you know, Kurt, I want to come back and be a weatherman, right? I can be wrong 100% of the time. All they said was rain, rain, rain all day, and look at this. It doesn't get much nicer than this. So if anybody's looking to hire a weatherman, let me know, please.
Well, Tim, this filly, Fox Valley Cassidy, is a lesson in patience on the part of trainer-driver Marcus Detweiler and his father, the owner, Lester Detweiler. That filly only raced 5 times a year ago. Marcus bases his stable at the Coles County Fairgrounds, and last year there was a barn fire at the Coles County Fairgrounds. None of the Detweiler horses were directly affected, but Marcus said, you know, he said, it still is essentially an upsetting experience for a horse just to be near something of that nature with the chaos and the sirens and the fire engines and so on. And he said, you know, there's also a certain amount of smoke inhalation that a horse can take in if they're nearby a fire. So the bottom line was, after that happened, he backed off the throttle, and he wanted this filly to be able to come back and be strong at age 3. Folks, it looks like this filly has responded very well. How about a hand for Fox Valley Cassidy? This winning filly, a 3-year-old by Southwind Chrome out of Don't Think Twice by Andover Hall, sold for $10,000 at the Land of Lincoln sale as a yearling and was bred by the Fox Valley Standardbreds of Dr. Kenneth and Patricia Walker. 2:02 and 1. Very fast mile, especially early in the season for a filly making her second start of the year. Marcus, to you and your dad and the whole family, congratulations. Well done. Tim?
Congratulations, guys. My pick-a-winner, Mark Angel, gets Saudi Bobbies. Mark, and I saw where you tried to call me earlier today, but I did not have my phone with me, so I want you to know that, but at least I got you a prize here. I'm going to turn this over to Diane unless you're ready for the rundown.
We do, and we'll pass that along here in just a moment. Wanted to take note of the fact we went back and checked the 3-year-old filly Trot in the ISA last year went in 2:08 and 4. So it's amazing, just to give you a frame of reference on how quick that mile was. Not a track record. The 3-year-old filly Trot track record here at Martinsville, if memory serves, is around 2:01. We'll have to pull out that listing from in just a moment and take a look. Yeah, the 3-year-old filly Trot track record at this fair is 2:01 flat, and it belongs to Pay High, who trotted that mile in the 2005 Great Midwest Trot for J.D. Finn. So even though it's not a track record, it is better than 6 full seconds faster than last year's ISA 3-year-old filly Trot. That's not a criticism of last year's horses. They were fine. It's just context for just how solid and strong that particular mile was. So here's the full field rundown for race 8. Little Brindle, the runner-up. Fox Valley Flashy, 5. Fox Valley Cassidy, the winner. GJ's Moxie Star finished 4th, and Bills Are Due Lou was 3rd. The quarter, 32 and 3. The half, 102 and 3. 3/4, 133 flat, and the time for the mile, 2:02 and 1, and it reads down 2:51.43 for that second division of the Susan Wolf Probst Memorial. That takes us to race 9. Scratch the 3, Battle Shoe Jason. Number 3, Battle Shoe Jason scratch sick. A reminder, J.D. Finn is the driver for number 1, Tonator. And that means Dane May will drive number 4, Zamboni. Tim, one other note. This is only the second year for the Illinois Standardbred Association. So we've been keeping track of the fastest miles ever in the ISA. Now, granted, we're just starting season number 2, but I think it is worth noting that coming into this year, the Illinois Standardbred Association fastest mile by a 3-year-old filly trotter, toughest of the tough, in 2:02 flat at Pana last August. So we have just seen, I get it, we're only starting year 2 of the ISA, but still, we just saw the second fastest 3-year-old filly trot mile in the ISA history.
Absolutely, very nice, Kurt. Yes, and it's early in the season, only second start, you said, so that filly's just going to get tighter and better and faster. So I'm going to turn this to Diane. When she's done, I'm going to introduce Nadia Ramsey, and she's going to talk about the fair pageant on Tuesday.
Kerr Auction is your trusted source for ag equipment, attachments, construction gear, trucks, trailers, and hard-to-find parts. With live and online auctions at KerrAuction.com, you can bid from anywhere, field, job site, or front porch. From big equipment to small parts. If you need it, Kerr Auction has it. Don't miss your next deal. Check out KerrAuction.com today. Kerr Auction, built for the working world.
Why pay more for the same groceries? Your favorite brands at prices you'll love. Right here in Mattoon. Family owned and proud to serve our community. Proud supporters of local harness racing and the Coles County Fair. Stop in and save today. B&D Grocery in Mattoon.
Experience matters at Simmons Stable.
Hey, David, we coming back with our pictures back there.
Yeah, I'm getting a third one. Eric Plowman's out there watching from up somewhere in Iowa. I forget where, Aquaqua, Keosauqua, something like that. But he's following along, sending some pictures from the Great Midwest Pace back in the day. His father, Wayne Plowman, was a heck of a driver, was one of the top, catch drivers back in the day. And we want to thank Eric for sending some pictures in. There's a third one, hopefully, I think, of some Avenettis as well. But we have definitely these two. And I'll get the horse's name before I forget it. It is somewhere in my chat. I will find it real quick. This was Baron the Brute winning the Great Midwest Pace. And the other picture is actually an Avenetti's named Winter Bye Bye. We'll see which Avenetti's we think we can pinpoint, if Earl's in there or whatnot. But thank you for sending the pictures along, Eric. I tell you what, it's cool to see these old photos. And there we go. How cool is that? That's a Plowman right there. So good to see, some familiar faces, and love seeing kids sitting on the race bike seat in a winner circle photo. That's iconic right there. So
yeah, I'm going to put it out a challenge for backstretch, because I know a couple of people might be watching this that have pictures of a young David Brink at the horse track.
I was chubby.
And so send those out to us, and I'll make sure that he doesn't edit.
If you have any pictures of what Tom Simmons affectionately referred to as my tackle box days, when I had all the earrings and nose rings and whatever, send those too. Why not? I mean, let's make it fun, right?
Yeah. Yeah, or I tell you what, you got pictures growing up, pictures in the barn.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
I'd love some barn scenery, some fair scenery, but it's been great today looking at these.
Eric, is that you at the head of that horse there? I like that. Is that a St. Louis Cardinals
It
hat?
is.
That
It's
is
one of
awesome.
my favorite
yes,
style of hat. That is a 70s, early
yep.
80s style hat,
I have
flat-topped.
I have a card of Rick Russell pitching for the Pirates wearing one of those hats.
Yes.
So yeah,
the Pirates made them famous first.
Yes, black.
But that is my favorite kind of ball hat.
That's such a cool hat. So you talk about fun stuff. I mean, I know everyone out there watching remembers this stuff. You know, remembers what the fairs looked like back in these days. And so we thank you. Look how high that horse's head's checked up. See how high that overcheck is? I mean,
look at all the equipment on there, all the white stuff
you used
around.
to have to just. I mean, they're bred so well now.
It's
it's so
what
natural.
now? Were they knee knockers or what?
Yes, yes. They used to interfere everywhere. There's knee boots, tenon boots, bell boots. I mean, that's shadow roll. I'm looking else here. If I can,
and those are wire rim wheels there with no.
There's a disc there. It's just
there?
really shiny and clear. It's not smoked or fogged, but yeah, it's a clear disc. Disc came around in the 70s, I think, because you were getting whips into the spokes and whatnot. But
well, yeah, this looks like a picture out of my era. So.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, great pictures out there, folks. Thanks for sending those.
This is fun.
But we'll turn it back over to Kurt.
Qualify a winner, maximum security, and I think the difference there is that incident happened in the home stretch. And the thought process is when it happens, like with harness racing, if it happens that late in the race, that close to the wire, then the stewards weigh the idea, okay, the horse that was interfered with, might he have won this race if not? I think that jockeys know they can get away with a little bit more at the start of the Derby because chances are the stewards are going to say, okay, that's all well and good, but you had plenty of time for your horse to recover. That's just my take as somebody who's never been a steward, but it's always interesting to watch that first couple of furlongs.
Well, and I always wondered why they said a horse hadn't won the Derby from the rail in 30-some years or whatever, and clearly that shows why. I just never realized because we want to draw the one hole if we can. Now, maybe not on a mile track, but I might want to draw 5 so I can have a lot more options. But the one hole, I'd much rather have the one hole than the 10 hole, but they'd much rather have the 10 hole than the one hole, and I see why now because that was a total disaster for that horse in the first 16th or first even 100 yards. So that's why he's my pick also. So that means he has no chance. So bet against him.
And to be clear, folks, to wrap that discussion up, safety is always the priority. And stewards have a tough job. It's a subjective call. So they will give some leeway. They'll probably give a little more leeway than usual in the Derby, especially early in the race. But don't misunderstand. They do have safety as their priority, and they are experienced stewards. And like we saw a few years ago, they will take a horse down. They will disqualify a horse if the interference is particularly egregious and especially late in the race. Horses parading to the post for the S&W Electric ISA 3-year-old Colt and gelding Trot for a purse of just over $2,700. Number 1, Tonator, owned and trained by Dennis Gardner of West Salem. Contrary to the program, the driver, John David Finn. Number 2, Here Comes Bob, owned by Molly Baldus of Hannah City, Steve Searle of Grant Park, Chris Paloma of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, Kathy Ritzel of St. Jacob, Illinois, trained by Steve Searle, Wyatt Avenetti in the bike. 3, Battle Shoe Jason is scratched. 4, Zamboni, owned and trained by Dennis Gardner. The driver, contrary to the program, is Dane May. 5, Smokes Are Rising, owned by Linda Allhands of Monticello, trained by Jamaica Patton. The driver is Mike Cox. Number 6, Dooleyville Refill, owned by Randall Dooley of Hidalgo, trained and driven by Harold Finn Jr. And number 7, Class Comedian, owned and trained by Jacob Radel of Edgewood, and the driver is Freddie Patton Jr. Tim?
Kurt, I'd like to mention this is going to be the first race we have a trailer. So for everybody, can you hear me? Okay. So for everybody out there, we score 6 wide here at Martinsville. We have 7 in this race. So the 7 horse will be scoring. It's actually his choice. If he wants to follow the 5 out, he's welcome to follow the 5 out. But more than likely, he will follow the 1 or 2 out and leave from there. So he will be behind all the other horses. even if we had a scratch, say the 4-horse was scratched, he is not allowed to move up into position. The 5-horse would move down, and the 6-horse would move down, but the 7 still must start behind the field of horses. So if you're curious to why he's not up on the gate, that's why we score 6 wide, and the trailer must, no matter what, follow. So if we had an 8-horse, the 7-horse would have to score behind the 1-horse, and then the 8-horse would have his option to score behind any horse he wanted. But that's kind of the rules for the trailers, so just to give everybody a little update on that.
And Tim, you bring up a great point, and when I heard you mention the fact that we do score 6 wide, 6 horses in the front tier, this is one of the few fairs in Illinois where the track is wide enough to accommodate 6 horses in the front tier. It speaks to the marvelous layout of this racetrack. It is wide, the turns are wide and sweeping, there's good banking in the corners. This half-mile track, there's a reason why it's popular with the horsemen.
Absolutely, and and I know you remember this back when you were a kid, but when I first started driving, we scored 8 wide here. And then after that, we went to, because I made my very first lifetime start behind the gate from the 8-hole here, and lasted about 2-3 steps, and then I was off stride. So it was not a good start to the career.
And Tim, we were just talking as the horses are at the post, the gate's rolling. Some of the folks in the judges' stand were reminiscing. You go back, you look through the old USTA yearbooks where they used to recap every parimutuel and county fair race meet of the year. And you go back when, 50s, 60s, you would see 16 horse fields at a fair like the Martinsville Agricultural Fair. Some of the folks up here were just talking, there was a day when they scored 8 wide in the front tier here and also at the Cumberland County Fair at Greenup. It's just difficult to comprehend when you think of it by today's standards, but truly remarkable.
Yeah, 16 horses on a half-mile track. I wouldn't be real happy about that. The safety being the number one reason, obviously.
I cannot imagine the traffic trying to pick your way through a 16-horse field. They used to start 18 at DuQuoin and the Hambletonian, of course, on the mile track there. Several horses are scattered, and it's going to be a recall here in race number 9. As the field came off the far turn to the top of the stretch, number of horses began to slow. A couple of them kind of swerved left or right, and starter Stacy DeRue signaled for a recall. There are any number of specific reasons that a starter can call for a recall. It can be broken equipment. It can be interference behind the gate. It can be a horse that scores out of position. And have a feeling probably interference in this particular case. Maybe we'll see if Stacy radios over. But how about this, Tim? Tell us this. Mike Cox is the driver at number 5, Smokes a Rising. Why would a driver decide to stay right up on the gate even though there's a recall?
Because believe it or not, he's not having to take much hold of him right now. He's just kind of got him cut loose on the gate. And I got a feeling he's one of those horses that if I'm trying to pull him back, he's going to fight me. So I'm really going to have to take a whole lot out of him and fight, and take a lot of his energy away. So you can just cut him loose on the gate. A lot of times at the parimutuel tracks, they'll even leave the gates open, and you'll see 4 or 5 of them just stay on the gate until they get slowed down in the backstretch like that. Oh, there we go. And once that horse is under control, then he can just gradually turn him and be ready to go. Because if you try to rip some of them off the gate, it's like pulling on a wall, a concrete wall. Trust me, the horse is going to win, and you're going to take all of his race out of him before you ever say go.
That's interesting to me because sometimes, especially at the parimutuels, folks that put a couple of dollars down on a race, they will criticize a driver or a jockey, whichever the case may be. They will say, well, why did he let that horse go winging out of there when the race started? Why didn't he try to restrain the horse and conserve energy? But as you're saying, sometimes that, depending on the horse, can do more harm than good.
Oh, absolutely. And I know I speak in terms that people, I think you've all raced horses your whole life. So when I say turn him loose, I literally mean as a driver, I'm just kind of dropping the lines, not dropping them, but I have no hold of that horse, and that gate is what's stopping him. He's content to be real happy right on the gate, and I don't have to fight him at all. He's just real happy to have his nose right there. So when I say turn him loose, that's what I mean. I don't mean turn him loose, but I mean just letting him relax and let the gate do the work for him and for me. So I know sometimes I speak like everybody, like I said, like everybody's trained horses their whole life, so I'm sorry, but that's what I mean by that, Kurt.
And by the way, our presiding judge, Randy Callahan, checked with starter Stacy DeRoos by two-way radio. And what had happened was number 2, Here Comes Bob, had put in an awkward step behind the gate the first time and swerved over and got tangled up, in the starter's words, with number 4, Zamboni. And those things happen, and the horsemen know that, and I'll guarantee you Wyatt Avenatti and Dane May understand that as well. So starter did just what he should do. Interference behind the gate is one of the specific rules of the U.S. Trotting Association and the Illinois Racing Board that allows a starter to call for a recall. And now we're lined up and ready to go. Here they come. Race 9 brought to you by S&W Electric. They are off and trotting. There goes Tonator from the inside, and there goes an early move by Here Comes Bob from the outside. Those two are going to go side by side all the way into the first turn. Tonator along the inside lane leads it by 3/4 of a length as they race around the turn. Here Comes Bob, going to back away now and drop over along the inside lane right behind the early leader in the second position. Then a gap of 3 more lengths back to Class Comedian, who travels in third by 2. Dooleyville Refill is fourth by a margin of 10 more lengths. Smokes Arising is in the 5th position, and then Zamboni, who is last of the 6. The leader is Tonator. 31-4 the time for the opening quarter. 31 4/5 seconds. So Tonator shows the way and leads it by a length and a half. Here Comes Bob is right behind the leader in second. And a gap of a half dozen more lengths or so back to Class Comedian in third, and then a gap of another 5 more lengths back to the rest. But at the half-mile mark, still with 1 lap to go here in race 9, the S&W Electric race, J.D. Finn just sitting calm and cool in the race bike with the leader, Tonator, 101-4. Fastest front half of the day, fastest opening half mile of the afternoon, 101-4. Tonator is your leader by a length and a half as they go to the 3/4. Now, let's document the fact there is a horse that has pulled up at the vicinity of the 8th mile pole from the top of the stretch. Number 5, Smokes Arising, has pulled up, so heads up. Starting gate is on the scene. There is a horse which has dropped out of the race. Horse is on its feet toward the perimeter of the exit of the west turn. So a side-by-side battle for the lead. Mike Cox off 3/4 and 134, keeping number 5, Smokes Arising. Notice how Mike moved that trotter way out as far as he could toward the fence. That's what a good horseman does, heads up all the way around. That allows this side-by-side battle safely to move by. Here Comes Bob moving up on the outside. Here Comes Bob, has a head in front and wins it. Here Comes Bob, won it by a half length. Tonator was home second, Class Comedian third, Dooleyville Refill was fourth, and then Zamboni in 5th, and again it was number 5, Smokes Arising, who pulled up after 3/8 of a mile and did not finish. And Tim, I think those of us who watch from the sidelines take it for granted when everything works out. But Mike Cox, if you're that driver and you're concerned about your horse and you're getting the race bike unhooked, to have the presence of mind to know where those leaders are and to guide your horse as far as you can to the outside fence to allow maximum clearance, that was a heads-up move on Mike's part.
Excellent move on Mike's part and Stacy's part, starting gate to help him, because at the Pari-Mutuals we'll have an outrider who would have been there. But here at the Martinsville Ag Fair, of course, we don't have an outrider that would know what to do, obviously. So hats off to Stacy and Mike for avoiding what could have been a very bad situation. If that horse happens to get loose, start heading the wrong way, and we've got a field of trotters coming right at him, we could have some real ugly incidences. But fortunately, everything worked out. Hopefully, Mike's trotter's okay. Not sure if something happened to the race bike or the horse, but the horse is up and walking, and it looks pretty good. So hopefully just something equipment-wise or to the race bike. So it looks like everything's okay with the horse, hopefully. Excellent race by those two trotters, JD's and Steve Searles. Yes, very nice.
And by the way, the time for the mile, 2:03 flat. So that'll be a new lifetime record for Here Comes Bob, the winner, as he lowers his personal lifetime best by better than 4 full seconds. And the winner is a horse that was 3 for 4 on a half-mile track last year, but he was 0 for 8 on a 1-mile track. He gets back finally to a half-mile track here today, and he loves scooting around these half-milers. You put him on a half-mile track, That's not to say that he won't develop into a horse that also is fine on a bigger track, but you put him at the fairs on a half-miler, and he finds it very much to his liking. How about a hand for Here Comes Bob, your winner in race 9? Two wins today for trainer Steve Searle, and 2 wins as well for Wyatt Avenetti. Congratulations to our winning connections, Molly Baldus of Hannah City, Steve Searle of Grant Park, Chris Paloma of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, Kathy Ritzel of St. Jacob, Illinois. The winner, a homebred for these connections, a 3-year-old gelded son of Lou's Legacy out of the Illinois State Fair champion, First Dam, BC by Cassis. And it's good to see Mike Cox and Smokes Arising are on their feet and headed back to the barn. Gentlemen, thank you.
I just asked Mike if the horse was okay, and he's okay. He says, yep, gave me the thumbs up, so I didn't ask him what happened, but at least they're okay, so that's what matters. He just yelled he broke a left line. That's not a good feeling, Kurt. Been there, done that, not a good feeling.
Tim, when that happens, when he says broke the left line, maybe what folks might think of it in a way as the left rein, so to speak, is that as a driver, what kind of feeling does your heart sink down into your stomach? Because you've lost control to some degree of the horse, have you not?
You have no control over the horse, Kurt. No, you can only, the only way you're going to be able to steer him that way is right. You're never going to get him to go left. Way back when at Sportsman's Park, I had it happen behind the starting gate. Fortunately, it was behind the starting gate, and I could yell, and everybody cleared out, and I ended up going over the outside rail at Sportsman's onto their apron. Wasn't a great landing, but at least we didn't get anybody hurt. The horse was actually fine. That's one of the worst feelings ever. Yeah, you don't want to break a line, so glad everything worked out.
By the way, the time for the mile for that winner, 2:03 flat, not too far off the 3-year-old gelding trot track record, which is 2:02 and 2. Which is held by Powerful Speed and Big Bill Breeze, both of whom did that about 12 to 15 years ago in the Great Midwest. Now, that's the 3-year-old gelding trot track record, 2:02 and 2. That's right, our presiding judge, Randy Callahan, he said, I know who's got the 3-year-old Colt trot track record, Brooklyn Jet, who went that big mile in 1:59 and 1 in the Great Midwest Trot back in 1986 for the late Emmett Lyles. That was just, it was the first Illinois County Fair mile for a trotter ever in 2 minutes or faster. That was an amazing day some 40 years ago. Here's the full field rundown for race 9 from the top. Toe Nader with a good effort was runner-up. Here Comes Bob, the winner. Battle Shoe Jason was scratched. Zamboni finished 5. Smokes Arising did not finish. Dooleyville Refill finished 4th, and Class Comedian 3rd. The quarter, 31 and 4, the half in 101 and 4, 3/4 in 134 flat, and the mile in 2:03. It reads down 2-1 scratch, 5 DNF 4-3. And by the way, our thanks to Mitchell Witten and everybody at S&W Electric, the blanket sponsor for that 9th race. Just a reminder, you can visit them on Facebook. And annually, Mitchell is kind to support the program. And, of course, he knows a thing or two about what racing is all about, as he, of course, is married to the former Cassidy Malloy, now Cassidy Witten. Race 10.
Okay. Let's take a look at the screen here, David.
Let's go full screen on that one. That's a vertical shot.
Okay, all right. Let's see.
We were lucky enough to have Tyler Wilson send us in this gym. This is Tim Wilson Jr. driving against Tim Wilson Sr. here at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair. I don't have a year on it, but I would say late 80s, early 90s maybe. We want to appreciate Tyler for sending this in. How cool is that? I'm going to go ahead and guess that little Timmy's on the outside there. You guys just can kind of tell, but that's a really cool shot.
Does Tim know we have this shot?
Say what, 89? 89's from Tim's what he's saying, so that's a really cool picture to send in. I was close. I said late 80s, early 90s, so how awesome is that? I want to thank him for sending that. I tell you what, Dad wasn't giving him any breaks. Look at that one-handed over there. So they were
your
driving.
Dad?
No, Senior was driving against Junior.
Oh, okay.
So he made him an honest race out of it and didn't just give it to his boys. So that's really cool to see that. I love seeing these old photos, especially ones that mean so much to locals and someone who works so hard for this fair and for the town and putting on these races.
Well, the fun things I see at this, when you get family racing against each other, we've seen it in the Patton
it's
family.
hilarious.
Hey, you know, the whip drag,
yeah,
the look over,
the taunting and laughing,
and just a smile over the shoulder. Those are the great memories that people have, even for us doing it. It's a great memory for me.
I saw a great interview with Fat Man on DRF or HRU or something this week, and he talked about his first win. We were there for, I think, in Newton, and he drove JJ's horse, and he said he was so nervous because he said it's my twin. We do everything together. We're brothers. You know, he's my best friend. He's like, to have my first win on his horse is like, was just meant the world. You know, so. Those family, you know, you look out for family, but you also want to beat them every chance you can.
Effingham, we got to see the Lomans, the nephew and
husband
and wife drive.
I just saw Aaron wearing Uncle Dave's colors today, so I don't know if he left his at home or what. But yeah, that was a stretch drive that Uncle Dave didn't give Aaron an inch, and it was fun to see. I think that was Dave's first win.
And I think Darla's horse broke.
Yeah,
on that.
It was way back.
And she got left back in the dust with those
guys.
But
she made it back to the winner's circle to celebrate her husband's driving win. So we want to thank everyone for following along, for sending in good memories, good photos. We appreciate all of our fans. We love coming here. This is one of our favorite fairs.
Absolutely. Just to let you know, our car cam is down right now, literally facing down.
Yeah, it was tipping on us, so we had to cut it out, I think.
That was, let's see, okay.
I'm advancing races over here on my end, whatever you guys are doing.
Yeah, but you got some screening things going on here.
I do. Harrison's back. Good to see you, bud. Thanks for tuning in. What's coming in?
Let's see. Dave is the Loving Rainbow.
That was the horse with David Avenatti at the head of that. That wasn't. We found out that was not Eric Plemon. That was Dave Avenatti in that cardinal cap. So
that was a nice hat.
That was an awesome hat.
So, all right. With that, let's do some of our talk points here, so that we can let people know about what we're going to do. Again, to contact us, because we had somebody want to know, how do I send a picture? Real easy. You can email it to David to the email address that's harnestube@gmail.com. That's the first place. You can go to our Facebook page, and you can send it to us via message there. You can text 312-772-5122.
Speaking of text, I have a text from Blaine Rowe. He's from down in Liberty. He's in Brown County at the fairgrounds right now, painting our barns, getting ready for the Brown County Fair, watching Harness Tube. You know, he's a fan that follows us along. So I really need to figure out one clean way to send it. But right now, we just want to get your stories on the air, so we'll accept it any way you can get it to us. We'll save it and throw it up on the screen for you.
Absolutely, we'd love to see more of those. Again. You can advertise with this. It's early in the season. We've got probably, I'm going to guess, 27, 28 dates because we just added a couple of more. So if you'd like to be involved, it's not too late for you to be involved, and it's very, very affordable. If you've got a business that wants to talk to people throughout the United States or statewide, this is an avenue to do that. So contact David about doing that also. We'll be back.
The post parade coming up.
Sorry.
You're good. Just went that stupid picture to load.
Is this the one Grant is involved with too?
I don't think so. No, this is, who's on the 4? There's another 7.
Who is your all-time favorite harness driver?
All-time favorite harness driver?
Yes.
Oh, man, you're putting me on the spot.
Well, I know you. I mean, you can give me one at the county fairs here, and I know who I think you'll go with, and I would agree with you. And then the other one, I know you called it Hawthorne and a bunch, but who was your all-time parimutuel driver also?
I would say that the first question I can answer, my favorite all-time harness driver, Kathleen Chick Keebler, who drove for my dad when I was a kid, and she and her husband Harold trained and were partners on a lot of horses that my mom and dad owned. And I always thought that watching Chick Keebler drive, she had blue and white colors, like blue colors with a white yoke, as they call it, between the shoulder blades, white helmet. She was one of the headiest drivers. She was always thinking a step ahead, calm, cool, collected. And as they say, probably one of the most cerebral drivers that I can ever remember. And, I had a crush on Chick, I won't lie. I just thought she was awesome. And standing next to her and Harold and the whole crew in the winner's circle was a lot of fun. And she always is the number one. She still is number one in my heart, Chick Keebler. As far as a full-time parimutuel driver, that's a tough one because there are so many I see that are so good day in and day out. Probably, Tim, I'm a little partial to the drivers that grew up in Illinois that we watched on the fair circuit and have gone on to achieve great things at the national level. Every time one of those guys wins a big race, I always kind of say, attaboy, well done.
Way to take the political way out of it, Kurt. But that's an excellent answer. You got a lot of talent has come from Illinois driving and training horses, you have to admit. But I'll get you on your favorite jockey then here after this race.
Oh, man. Favorite jockey. I'm going to give that some thought, and I will have an answer for you. I
Sounds
promise.
Good.
Here comes race 10. State Farm Insurance agent Mike Kirk, your presenting sponsor. 3-year-old pacing fillies are underway, and there goes Bet on the Jet out for the early lead. Fox Valley Reba has speed as well, however, and ERM Rose kicks in from between horses. ERM Rose up for the lead, still 3 wide, battling for the second position, now double wide. Fox Valley Barbie is trying to pick her way through some traffic and moves on up to take the lead as they head up the back stretch. So ERM Rose will now be second. Fox Valley Barbie is the leader. Further back, it is Bet on the Jet who moves up from third to second on the outside. April Sunlight IYQ is racing in the 4th position as they go by the quarter. Fox Valley Reba gets shuffled back into 5th. Opening quarter, 30 seconds flat. Thank you, Mark Kingery. 30 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile as the field races around that west end of the racetrack. And problems as they move for the top of the stretch and race on down to the half for ERM Rose, who broke stride. ERM Rose made a break. She had been forwardly placed around third, but broke stride and dropped out to last. Meantime, Fox Valley Barbie is your leader by a length. Bet on the Jet goes second, and Fox Valley Reba moves up third. A minute flat for the first half mile, a minute flat for that opening half mile. Back into the east turn they go. Fox Valley Barbie is the leader by a length. Bet on the Jet goes second by a length. Fox Valley Reba third by 3, and then comes April Sunlight, IYQ in 4th. Hickory Nut takes to the outside from 5th. ERM Rose is 6th, and My 409 is 7th as they go to the 3-quarter. Fox Valley Barbie, the champion 2-year-old pacing filly on the ISA circuit last year, leads off 3 quarters, 1 minute 30 and 2/5 seconds, and she's midway down the far side of the course coming for the top of the stretch. Fox Valley Barbie by 3, by 4. Bet on the Jet giving chase, but she's lost ground in the second position as they turn for home. Fox Valley Barbie is your leader, and she is going to win 3 wins today for Wyatt Avenatti. Fox Valley Barbie, much the best. Wyatt sitting chilly in the race bike, just letting her cruise on home to win by 5 lengths. Fox Valley Reba came on to be second. Bet on the Jet was across the wire third. Hickory Nut was 4th. ERM Rose was 5th. April Sunlight IYQ was 6th. And My 409 was 7th. How about that? The fastest mile so far on the day, 2 minutes flat. Fox Valley Barbie, 2 minutes flat. Well, last year in the inaugural season of the ISA, the Illinois Standardbred Association, the fastest 3-year-old filly pace mile was Fox Valley Lava in 1:59.1 at the Marshall Putnam Fair at Henry. Also trained, by the way, by the same Kevin Miller who trains Fox Valley Barbie. So 2 minutes flat, flirting with the ISA record. Did not quite get it, but still a big mile nonetheless. As far as the 3-year-old filly pace track record, it is 1:59 flat here at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair. Lexus Graham in the Great Midwest Pace in 2004. How about a hand for Fox Valley Barbie? This filly won 12 of 24 starts last season and now picks up her first win of 2026. Wyatt Avenatti with a driving triple on the day. There is the winning trainer and co-owner Kevin Miller at the head of this horse. Kevin from Arthur bases his stable at the Champaign County Fairgrounds. Bart Seals and his sister Penny White are co-owners of this filly as well. Penny is trackside with her husband Jerry, standing in the pink shirts next to driver Wyatt Avenatti. And there is Kevin Miller with wife Lindora standing near the head of this horse. And there's the State Farm Insurance. There's Mike Kirk. Hello, Mike. Nice to see you. Oh, we've shared some fun days at the races over the years with Mr. Mike Kirk. As we mentioned, racing official at Martinsville, Charleston, the Illinois State Fair as well. So always fun to have Mike out here as he continues to support racing. Congratulations to Fox Valley Barbie. Judge, are we official? He says we are. Here's the rundown. By the way, congratulations also to Fox Valley Standardbreds who bred that 3-year-old daughter of Some Star Somewhere out of She's a Hot Mess by American Ideal. Fox Valley Reba, the runner-up. April Sunlight IYQ was 6. ERM Rose finished 5. Fox Valley Barbie was the winner. Bet on the Jet was 3rd. Hickory Nut 4th. And My 409 was 7th. The quarter in 30, the half in a minute flat, 3/4 in 1 minute 30, and 2/5 seconds. And the time for the mile, the fastest so far on the day, 2 minutes flat. Reads down 2:65, 1:34.7. Race 11 is on the way, the second division of this 3-year-old filly pace. The driver of the one, RK's Party, Marcus Turner. Marcus Turner will drive number 1. Tim, one other note, Fox Valley Barbie made her first lifetime start right here a year ago as a 2-year-old. She came charging from the back of the pack, and she lost by a nose on the wire. I mean, she just missed. Bet on the Jet actually won the race that day. So Barbie now gets a chance to add a win at Martinsville to her expanding resume.
Kurt, and she looked awful good. I do think she could have broke that record if he needed to push her, but there's no sense in pushing your horse. You just want to win the race. Times are nice and all that, but they don't pay the bills. You'd rather have that horse saved for next week. So yeah, the race 10 pick a winner went to Dan Krybuehler for some Saki Bobbies. Dan. Hello, Dan. I know I heard you yell, but I couldn't see you. I'm getting old. The vision's not very good either. Could you stand up maybe? Is that? Am I missing you, Dan? Well, not sure. Dan, hello. Bueller. Well, I'm not sure. Is this Dan back? Yeah. Okay, we've got you, Dan. Thank you. Diane, we'll turn it over to you.
see what's going on, so I just put something up.
All right, David. Hopefully we got the horse cam
fixed.
At least for today. Tomorrow we'll put a different bracket on it, but
I'll buy a beefier clamp or something. We'll figure something out.
Yeah.
Something spring tension.
You know what we almost need to do, if we knew he brought the same car to every race, we just put a bracket on the car that all we had to do
weld
is
one to it, just
just
put a hot boot on there, whatever.
Yeah. But great day for racing, and I know Tim talked about the weathermen today, but they couldn't have been any more wrong. I mean, other than the forecast I saw, that the original forecast said AM showers.
Yep, by noon.
And then PM was supposed to be sunny.
You know, on the way down here, I was driving through rain, and I kept thinking we might just go ahead and rain out today, and you and I would go have a nice meal somewhere at Richard's Farm or whatnot. But gosh, it's a beautiful day for probably not. But it's a beautiful day. I mean, the weather is perfect. It's a nice breeze. It's that right temperature where you want to be out here. It's not sweltering, but it's not uncomfortable, you know, and it makes it for a great day out here at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair. Absolutely a
great day for racing. And a great day for us to get some kinks worked out. Like I said, we went all day with no problems with that camera, other than we ran out of gas as far as battery was
on race
concerned.
16.
Yeah. After the main races were pretty much done. So, well, we've had a good day with that. So
we're having fun bringing that camera shot. I know Stacy's having a good time adjusting the shot and getting Aaron to have the horses squared away in the camera frame. You know, we're always thinking of stuff we can add or do or make it better for the fans, and you know, those of you following along at home, we appreciate everyone who does, and we want to provide you something that you can't get anywhere else.
How do I get a picture to you?
You want one? Text
me.
I
text you.
Sure.
Just a regular text to you.
Email, text, whatever.
Yeah, I've got one. I've got a picture here. I want to make sure that I get up.
I've had a couple more come in. I need to go back and iron out too.
Let's see how I do this here.
Mom's watching back home. I'm losing my voice here, but Jackie Bowen said she'd text me and said she's watching the last couple of races for us anyway, so appreciate her following along. Oh, she had Grandma's birthday party today, so I want to wish Grandma Hire a happy birthday as well. I think she's 94 was the number. Are you sharing it to me now?
I'm going to share it to you here in a minute or so. Let's see, where's messages? And let's see if I can find you.
We've had some interesting chats in the interesting comments in the chat section here. We're talking about favorite drivers. I hear Kurt and Tim talking now. We saw Eric Plowman said his favorite was, of course, his dad, Wayne, and Wayne was a heck of a driver back in his day. You know, kind of that early catch driver type of mentality. He really picked up a lot of hot drives for people back, 30 years ago or something. Tim Tetrick was his second favorite. I think Al Brodsky said Joe Marsh Jr. I think Joe Marsh was the Dash champion one year in the 75, 78 era. I've seen some comments for Marcus Miller out there.
I sent it to you.
Pictures. All right, I'll start looking at that.
Should be on your phone. I don't know if you need it sent.
That's hilarious. I'll send it. I'll upload it. That's Fred Elmore and Beth Curry. Yep, let me get this downloaded real quick.
We're showing some of our sponsors out there. We're really thankful for all of our sponsors out there. We've had a great day at the fair today. 11, 12, and 13 left for you today, and the 12 races tomorrow that we'll bring to you. And like I say, hopefully less hiccups tomorrow as we get down. We have had more hiccups today than we had at the State Fairgrounds, David.
That's how it goes, isn't it, typically?
But, hey, we love coming down here. And guess what? You're not you're professional. And even professionals have things that they mess up
they
on.
have crews of 12 guys in a truck and diagnosing. We're just a skeleton crew out here. I think we're up. If you want to
just
throw it
two
up
guys and a gal trying to do the best job we can.
Just a dude out here doing our best.
Yep, here we go, folks.
There it is.
I asked for a picture of David Brink. I got a picture of David Brink. Is that you at the head of the horse there?
No, that's Beth Kerr. I'm in the red shirt. Come on now, the Cardinal shirt.
The Cardinal shirt. There you are.
Speaking of quick hitches, I told you about those old race bikes having to be tied. I think we hear a called a post, but we'll throw this back up later. But yeah, we'll go to the
Then
Kurt real
you're
fast.
going to have to tell us who's in the picture when
Fred
we come
Elmore,
back.
Cindy Elmore, Larry Bowen, Beth Kerr. The presenter I'm missing, but let's cut to the. I need to get my graphics up.
All right, here we go.
11.
Yes, 11. Yep. There you go.
Bandana Bussy.
Of Lerna, 6 approaching Anawan, owned, trained, and driven by Jacob Radel of Edgewood, and 7 Ms. Grant 25, owned by Tommy Lee Grant of Jackson, Mississippi, trained and driven by Jordan Patton. Field approaching the starting gate over on the backstretch. Tim, I appreciate those questions because it's kind of fun to go back and reminisce and especially to think about who some of our childhood heroes were. That's a great question, and I got a fist bump of appreciation from Mark Kingery when I brought up the name Darrell Bussey.
Well, it's funny. I can tell you a quick funny story about when I moved up in '89. Of course, you're in the driver's room all night long with these guys, and so you get to know them. And he was never in a bad mood. He'd always make you laugh. And back, I'd say in the early '90s, Danny Knox gave him a nickname as the crafty old veteran because he was quite a bit older than us. It's scary to think that I'm older than he is when Danny gave him that nickname of the crafty old veteran, but he was just a great guy to be around, always kept the driver's room, joking around and kind of free and easy. So, and was an unbelievable horseman. I believe he was the 1975, the dash winning champion. It was either 75 or 76 in the United States. I do believe that is fact. So, great horseman, great guy. We've lost so many guys like that. It's sad. Someday they'll be saying that about you and I, and they'll be saying it's a good thing, but hey. So, but I miss those times, Kurt. Those guys, they treated me as a young kid, and they showed you the ropes. They showed you what was acceptable and not acceptable. That's been lost in today, let me tell you.
By the way, one of my favorite Martinsville Agricultural Fair memories, 1978, Darrell Bussey with a filly beating the boys with Best of Beauty in the Great Midwest Pace. What a day that was. Speaking of 3-year-old pacing fillies, they are often pacing in race 11. And there they go to the first turn. Arcase Party goes out for the early lead. Calico Sunset comes away in the second position. Fox Valley Mai Tai is away third and moving quickly up on the outside as they swing around the first turn. Ms. Grant 25 is racing in the fourth position. San Antonio Storm, the Illini Deceptive, is sixth, and approaching Anawan, last of the 7, as they all straighten out now and go single file as they head on by the quarter-mile mark. Arcase Party scooted right out of there, got away in good order, and has the lead as they head up onto the west turn for the first time here in race 11. 30 seconds flat for the opening quarter, 30 seconds flat. Calico Sunset is racing along in second, but here she comes now as Matt Avenatti steers her toward the outside, just off the leader's flank. So you've got Arcase Party with the lead, and you've got Calico Sunset, who's there to the outside in second. Fox Valley Mai Tai is racing in third and moves up in the outer flow of traffic right behind Calico Sunset, who takes the lead halfway home in race 11. They head back to the east end of the course. A minute flat for the first half mile, a minute flat. The leader is Calico Sunset by a length and a half. Arcase Party will go second, a length and a half. Fox Valley Mai Tai back along the inside lane now to catch a breather in third, 4 lengths off the lead. Then a gap of 4 more back to San Antonio Storm in fourth, followed by Illini Deceptive, who moves up fifth. Ms. Grant 25 sixth, approaching Anawan seventh as they go to the 3/4 mile mark. Calico Sunset guides the field to the final turn. 4 at the 3/4, 129 and 4. Calico Sunset is the leader by 2 lengths around the far turn. Here comes Fox Valley Mai Tai. Illini Deceptive is going way wide to the center of the track and is picking off horses, but is 6 lengths off the lead. Calico Sunset the leader. Can Illini Deceptive get there? Look at Illini Deceptive, going to run out of time, but what a move to get second. Calico Sunset won by a length. Illini Deceptive with a big rush down the stretch was up in time to grab second. We'll check the time for the mile here in just a moment. Time for the mile, 2 minutes flat. Time for the mile, 2 minutes flat. So, Tim, you might have to go to the scientific method of tossing a coin here to decide who gets the blanket, courtesy of State Farm Insurance and Mike Kirk.
I will leave that up to you and the judge, so nobody gets mad at me. But you can tell me when you guys decide that, and I'll let them know. I'll be the informer of the bad news to the loser. You can blame timer Mark Kingery on that, folks.
Well, David, photo finish there, right?
Kaylee Tarr is going to be my winner of the pick-a-winner.
For
Kaylee.
67 anyway.
Thank you. Rogers French fries.
Tim, by a toss of the coin, the blanket, courtesy of State Farm Insurance, Mike Kirk, will go to Calico Sunset, the winner here in race 11.
Perfect.
And there comes the trainer and owner. That is Mr. Leroy Hunt, who comes to us from Jackson, Tennessee. In the white helmet and the red, white, and blue driving colors. He just shook hands there with our sponsor, Mike Kirk. Here comes the winning driver, Mr. Matt Avenatti. Matthew Tanner Avenatti in the race bike. This was a $2,200 Illini Classic yearling, and she's won over $30,000, and a nice round of applause for Calico Sunset. This filly, a 3-year-old daughter of Kronos, out of Calico Moon by Totally Western, bred by Brian Chupp. You might have noticed in your track program, she won in 2 minutes last year as a 2-year-old at the Brown County Fair at Mount Sterling, and earlier this year, 1:55.4 on the 5/8 mile track at the Paramutuals down at Oak Grove in Kentucky. She's got a pretty high gear to her, as they say. And again, by a toss of the coin, she will take home the State Farm Insurance agent Mike Kirk blanket as he now folds up the blanket. Mike is no stranger to this routine, by the way. There was a time when he worked right over there in the stable area, and he would work with harness horses. He loves this game. We talked about the fact, a former racing official, former high school basketball coach, coached varsity high school basketball here in Illinois. So Mike, it's always a pleasure. Thank you. Great to see you. Mr. Mike Kirk, ladies and gentlemen. And Tim, here's the full field rundown. It's official for that 11th race. RK's Party finished 4th. Calico Sunset, the winner. Fox Valley Mai Tai was 3rd. San Antonio Storm finished 5. Illini Deceptive was the runner-up, approaching Anawan 6. And Ms. Grant 25 finished 7. Opening quarter, 30 seconds flat. The first half in a minute flat. 3/4, 129 and 4. And the time for the mile, 2 minutes flat. Reads down 4:13, 5:26, 7. Race 12 is on the way. A reminder, the driver of number 3, Dreamer Moose, is Harold Finn Jr. Put Harold Finn Jr. on the 3. And on the 6, Coniger, it'll be Connor Prather. Connor Prather drives number 6. Let's go back to Tim Wilson Jr.
Illinois Hall of Fame trainer Tom Simmons, along with wife Benita, has built a legacy of developing and racing championship standardbreds. From yearling to winner's circle, every horse is guided with experience, expertise, and care. Simmons Stable, 217-801-4246.
Looking to move your mobile home? Need a roll-off dumpster at a competitive rate? Or maybe it's time to demo that old mobile home? Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport has you covered. We serve Central Illinois with reliable mobile home transport, offer affordable roll-off dumpsters for the Springfield area, and provide expert demolition services across Illinois and Missouri. For fast, friendly service, call Wayne Decker at 217-313-9744. That's 217-313-9744. Or find Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport on Facebook, your one-stop solution for mobile home services.
This Labor Day, the future of Illinois harness racing takes center stage. Walk the barns. Study the pedigrees. Watch them move. And invest in tomorrow's winners. From proven bloodlines to rising stars. Illini Classic Yearling Sale, where champions are found.
Long before the crowds arrive, the work is already underway. Track after track. Kevin Miller's stable campaigns winning standardbreds across the Midwest. Kev Miller Stable, 217-254-0170. Real craftsmanship still exists at Yoder's Custom Woodworking and Amish Furniture. From custom kitchens and built-ins to handcrafted furniture, outdoor poly, and more. Family owned and trusted since 1995. Visit Yoder's in Sullivan or call 217-728-2166 today.
Avenatti Racing, a third-generation, family-run stable with a legacy of excellence. Centrally located between Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky racing programs, Avenatti Racing specializes in buying yearlings, breaking, training, and racing top-performing standardbreds. Call 217-840-6469 or email avenattiracing@gmail.com today. Avenatti Racing, from yearling to racetrack, we build contenders.
Kerr Auction is your trusted source for ag equipment, attachments, construction gear, trucks, trailers, and hard-to-find parts. With live and online auctions at kerrauction.com, you can bid from anywhere, field, job site, or front board. From big equipment to small parts. If you need it, Kerr Auction has it. Don't miss your next deal. Check out kerrauction.com today. Kerr Auction, built for the working world.
All right, David, as we get ready, last two races here, there will not be a car cam for the rest of the day. We hope to have it fixed and doing better for you tomorrow.
Tomorrow I'll bust out the duct tape and get that thing.
Oh, it isn't going to move tomorrow.
Right, we're going to duct tape with something solid, right?
Yeah, it'll be fine. I've got a couple other brackets with me that I don't think will work. One of them be even flimsier than that one. So
duct tape might just hold it up enough. You never know. We'll figure it out, though.
We'll keep it steady somehow, but we've got enough brackets. We'll make it work. But we hope you've enjoyed the racing today and what's going on.
I just saw this, and this caught my attention. Eric Plowman said, fun fact, Wayne Decker we all know the Deckers very well, was named after a great man. I'm guessing it'd be his father, Wayne Plowman. So we learned out last week that Jody's middle name was named after Kay Willis. Now we're finding out that Wayne Decker was named after Wayne Plowman. So the Decker family, not only are they horsemen through and through, but they're named for horsemen through and through. And you got to love to see that. We appreciate Eric sending that note out to us.
Yeah, great thing. So I think we're about ready to go racing here in a minute.
Post-parade yet, have we?
No, we have not done post-parade.
I haven't counted horses on the track, but I think we're getting close there.
So we're getting ready for this. Let's give an update. We can do the program, David. Let's do an update. The numbers, I have fallen into third place.
It got tight there for race 8, 9 or whatever, and I kind of pulled away again. But it was within, 17 points between you and I, and Lisa was about 10 back from you, and now she's passed you. She's only 70 on my heels.
Both Lisa and I picked the 6 course. We're going with the Prather boys and going with Conager as our winner. You picked that horse to be second. You're going with Smoking with the Stars?
Yeah, we have Wyatt or Marcus on that horse. I'm trying to catch my driver's change up. Marcus is on the 2, so Wyatt's on the 1. Let me get that for you.
Okay. So you went with that horse, the Kevin Miller horse, in your first spot. We just flip-flop between Lisa and you. And then Lisa and you picked a 2 horse, Drill Baby Drill. Marcus Detweiler trained and driven horse there. And I went with the 4, Gothic Thunder. Jordan Patton is driving that horse for Jill Brown.
Yeah, I didn't know I was getting Wyatt on the bike today, but I'm not mad about having Wyatt and Kevin combination from the rail at a fair. It doesn't get much better than that.
I picked him. I had him, what was it, the last race or the race before? That didn't work out so well for me.
I like Conager too, but just coming from the 6 hole makes it a little bit harder. I think we're going to have a post-parade here pretty soon, so I'll pull that up if I can get it going for us.
Okay, we'll pull Kurt back up.
Let's meet the starters for race 12, first division of the ISA 3-year-old Colt Pace. Number 1, Smoking Them Some Stars, owned by Kevin and Daryl Miller of Arthur and Andrew Miller of Sydney, trained by Kevin Miller. The driver is Wyatt Avenatti. 2 is Drill Baby Drill, owned by Kenneth Schrock of Arthur, Lester Detweiler of Sullivan, Dave Schrock of Humboldt, trained and driven by Marcus Detweiler. 3 is Dreamer Moose, owned by Mike Davison of Annapolis, trained by Chad Cook. And the driver is Harold Finn Jr. 4 is Gothic Thunder, owned by the Flacco Family Farms, Alexis, trained by Jill Brown. The driver, Jordan Patton. Number 5 is Jazz Party, owned by Jordan Patton, or Jamaica Patton, I should say, of Rochester. He's also the trainer, owned as well by Marquetta McAllister of Garrison, Texas, and Walt Holmes of Madison, Mississippi, trained by Jamaica Patton. The driver is Mike Cox. And number 6, Conager, owned by Jim Walden of Lincoln, trained by Colt Prather, and the driver is Connor Prather. Tim, to your point about horses and what they sell for and so on, the glitz and the glamour, it's fun when a horse sells really well in the ring and you're happy for the breeder and the consigner and so forth. But one thing my dad taught me growing up, and I know your dad taught you the same thing, my dad would always point out the horsemen, whether it was standardbred racing or thoroughbred racing. My dad loved the stories of a horseman that bought a horse that maybe nobody else even wanted and maybe paid, $20,000, $10,000, even $1,000 and made a top-level stakes horse. My dad always said, I appreciate the people that invest a great deal of money because they provide a lot of jobs. But my dad always said, you want to also see the folks that pay a more nominal price because we need them in the game, and it kind of gives hope to everybody. I'm guessing your dad probably taught you something similar.
Oh, absolutely, because once that horse sells, he doesn't know what he brought, and they're all equal then until race time. So, yeah, but obviously you'd like to think you'd have a better chance. But trust me, it doesn't work out that way. I think we all know. I do have one question. What's the highest priced horse you ever on the stand for? Do you know?
The highest price thoroughbred of all time, if memory serves, was a 2-year-old in training in Florida 20 years ago or so that sold for around $16 million. And in that particular case, just didn't work out as a racehorse. There have been yearlings for as much as $13 million. And people will say, why would somebody give that much money? And the only answer I can give is, to be fair, $1 million, $13 million, $16 million, it's a different sum of money to the people who are bidding that amount than it is to you or me. And again, they provide a lot of jobs for the industry. Here they come, race number 12. They are off and pacing, smoking them. Some Stars goes out for the lead. Drill Baby Drill gets away in the second position. Gothic Thunder comes out racing in third. And then Dreamer Moose is away fourth, followed by Conager in fifth. And Jazz Party, last of the six, as they swing around the first turn and head on to the backstretch. Smoking them Some Stars. That is a pacer that was foaled and raised right here in Martinsville and shows the way early on with Drill Baby Drill in second by a length as they scoot on by the quarter-mile mark. Gothic Thunder in third. Conager is in the fourth position, and then Dreamer Moose is in fifth. 30 seconds flat for the opening quarter, 30 seconds flat, and Jazz Party is the distant trailer in sixth, racing about 20 lengths off the leader. And the leader is Smoking Them Some Stars by 1 length, with Drill Baby Drill still right there in the second position, with Gothic Thunder yet to move from third. Everybody stays single file. No one steps out of line just yet. The Martinsville Chamber of Commerce race. Further back, Jazz Party, who is last, just broke stride. But the leader is Smoking Them Some Stars, who leads it by a length and a half. A minute flat for the first half mile, a minute flat. Smoking Them Stars is the leader after 5/8 of a mile, on top by a length and a half, to Drill Baby Drill in second, a length and a half. Gothic Thunder is third. Here comes Conager. Conager is full of pace, moves to the outside, fourth to third, and now to challenge for second, but the leader is still Smoking Them Some Stars with a quarter mile to go and leads it by 2 lengths. Conager is second by a neck outside of Drill Baby Drill in third position as they race past 3/4. 1:30 and 2/5. 1 minute 30 and 2/5 seconds. Smoking Them Some Stars leads it by 3 lengths with 1/8 of a mile to go. Drill Baby Drill is second once again. Conager has lost ground turning for home and drops back to third. How about this? Bred and raised by Diana Wilson right here in Martinsville. Smoking Them Some Stars wins it. What a time to get a first career victory. Smoking Them Some Stars gets win number 1 right here where it all began, where he was born and raised. And that 3-year-old pacer driven to the win by Wyatt Avenatti for trainer Kevin Miller. We'll check the time here in just a moment. Wow, fastest mile of the day so far, 1:59 and 4. 1 minute 59 and 4/5 seconds. We shall look forward to saying hello to Smoking Them Some Stars. What a homecoming, you might say, for that horse.
Well, David, that was a good race.
It was a great race. Good to see Smoking Them Some Stars break the maiden just a mere miles from where he was foaled.
Trying to look here. Looks like you did. Well, you got the winner, so you're going to move out there a little further.
I'll have 70 for this.
Tim, I talked to Diana just a few days ago, and she commented about the fact, you look at this horse sold as a yearling at the Illini Classic for $26,000, and Diana said, that's all well and good, but she said what really counts is how they perform on the racetrack. And she said, as a breeder and as someone who sells a yearling crop every year, that is the key for these horses to go on and to achieve. I would say this fits the bill. Would you agree, Tim?
Absolutely, and you're my friend. It's great to see Daryl Miller down there, Kurt. So happy for him because I know he owns part of this colt or a lot of this colt, so it's good to have Daryl down there, and I'm glad to see this colt's coming back nice. Hi, Daryl. It's nice to see this colt's coming back nice this year. His brother just won the other day, as you put in Guitar Man out east, so he had been off, got injured, so he's back. That mare's been a real nice mare for Diana.
Folks, how about a hand for the winner of race 12, Smoking Them Some Stars? And as Tim mentioned, congratulations to trainer Kevin Miller, his second win on the day. 4 wins for driver Wyatt Avenatti. And congratulations to Kevin as owner, along with Daryl Miller, who stands next to Kevin and Lynn Dora at the head of this horse. And congratulations also to Andrew Miller of Sydney. And folks, if you go back and if you look at the breeding program that Diana Wilson has implemented at her farm over the years, and of course, it started with Diana and with Tim Jr.'s father, and Diana has carried forward. They put a lot of thought into everything they do at that farm, and Diana also is blessed to have an outstanding staff. Because if you talk to a member of her staff, they take personal interest and pride in every single one of these horses. They follow their progress. Folks, it doesn't get any better than this. A horse born and raised in Martinsville, blazing home at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair in 159-4.
I know Diana's going to be happy, Kurt, tonight. She should be. That colt race really nice. Kevin's done a real nice job. Wyatt might want to let somebody else win a few races, but he's probably wanting to win the last one also, and I don't blame him. So the colt did look very good, or he raced very well, Ann. He raced very well. Kurt, we have there's barn talk and then there's regular talk, just in case people don't understand that. What we say back there, it's not actually correct all the time, but just that's barn talk, okay?
And by the way, trainer Kevin Miller will be trying to win the Great Midwest Pace tomorrow. He's got a Illini game day, getting ready to go to the post in the Colt and Gelding division. But today has been a good day already for the Miller barn. And again, first career win for Smoking Them Some Stars. And it couldn't have come at a better time. What a homecoming for that pacer. Congratulations to all of the winning connections. Here's the full field rundown. It is official for race 12. Smoking Them Some Stars was the winner. Drill Baby Drill was the runner-up. Dreamer Moose finished 5. Gothic Thunder was 6. Jazz Party 4. And Coniger finished 3. The quarter in 30 seconds flat. The half in a minute flat. 3/4 in 1:30 and 2/5. And the time for the mile, 1 minute, 59 and 4/5 seconds. And it reads down 1:25.643. 13th and final race upcoming. Marcus Turner drives the 2, and J.D. Finn drives the 5. Our buddy boy. Let's go back to Tim.
Hey, Kurt, Daryl just told me the guy in the hat there was the Sullivan High School basketball coach, and that's him and his family, the first time they've ever been to a harness horse race. So, again, another first-timer coming out. We thank you. Hope you have a good season next year. If you play the Blue Streaks, it's going to be tough on you. I'm going to turn it over to Bob, our Fair Board president, and he would like to say a few words.
For the same groceries. Your favorite brands and the prices you love. Right here in Mattoon. Family owned and proud to serve our community. Proud supporters of local harness racing and the Colt County Fair. Stop in and save today. B&D Grocery in Mattoon.
Experience matters. At Cinnamon Table, Illinois Hall of Fame trainer Tom Simmons, along with wife Benita, has built a legacy of developing and raising championship standardbreds. From yearling to winter circle, every horse is guided with experience, expertise, and care. Cinnamon Table, 217-801-4246.
dumpster at a competitive rate, or maybe it's time to demo that old mobile home, Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport has you covered. We serve Central Illinois with reliable mobile home transport, offer affordable roll-off dumpsters for the Springfield area, and provide expert demolition services across Illinois and Missouri. For fast, friendly service, call Wayne Decker at 217-313-9744. That's 217-313-9744. Or find Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport on Facebook, your one-stop solution for mobile home services.
This Labor Day, the future of Illinois harness racing takes center stage. Walk the bars, study the pedigrees, watch them move, and invest in tomorrow's winners. From proven bloodlines to rising stars, Illini Classic Yearling Sale, where champions are found.
Long before the crowds arrive, the work is already underway. Track after track. Kevin Miller's stable campaigns winning standardbreds across the Midwest. Kevin Miller's stable. 217-254-0170. Real craftsman.
Back with you on Harness Tube is David. We got some shout outs out there, don't we?
We have, and I want to throw this one up on the screen. We got Tyler Wilson out there talking about Color Me Best and said Eric Plowman used to work for the Ledfords when they had him, and all that horse meant to the Wilson family. Oh, we have a post parade coming up. I want to throw this off and go. Give me a lower third, would you?
Yep.
I don't think Kurt even knows yet. Let's get this 13 race. There's Mighty Engine.
I think we're going to end up about 16 minutes per race.
Time. So, Tim, it's been a fantastic day of racing, and we've got more tomorrow.
I'm looking forward to it, Kurt. I would just to let everybody know, as soon as the horses cross the finish line, while the judge is making the race official, I will give away the Monopoly set and the $25 from the Denham Family Farm, and then I'll announce, once the judge makes it official, the pick a winner for race 13. So thanks for coming out. I know it got to be a long day, but we did the best we can. We appreciate your patience. I hope you had some fun. Hope you're going to be here tomorrow. And make sure you bring a friend, please.
That's a good reminder, those special drawings coming up along with our regular pick a winner draw after race 13. Also, Tim, with the Martinsville Chamber of Commerce being the presenting sponsor, I checked out their Facebook page last night. I tell you, there's some fun things going on in Martinsville, and that Martinsville Chamber of Commerce page on Facebook is a great way to keep up with what's happening. I love the things that are in store to celebrate Independence Day weekend and to celebrate the 250th birthday of America. It's going to be fun. There's going to be a porch and yard decorating contest, so folks need to check out the Martinsville Chamber of Commerce page.
Yes, they do, Kurt. They've done a great job. Our city's looking really, really nice. ID Castings is adding on, buying more stuff, so we're expanding some, and we're happy with the way the progress is going.
Right now, here they come, 13th and final race. Been great to have you with us, folks, and again, stick around for those drawings after this final event. Here they come. They're off and pacing. There goes Fox Valley End Zone. There goes Mighty Engine. Those two horses hook up in a speed duel down to the first turn. Mighty Engine's got the lead, so Fox Valley End Zone will settle in right behind the early leader in the second position as they swing around that first turn. Arcade's Winners Win will go in third position. Captain Trump is toward the inside, challenging Our Buddy Boy for fourth. Our Buddy Boy has the spot and starts moving up now to challenge for third as they head toward the quarter-mile mark. And problems there for Our Buddy Boy, who broke stride, put in a few awkward steps, made a break, and lost a couple of positions and drops out to last. 29-4 for the opening quarter, 29-4 fifth second. So a good solid pace here early on as they race their way toward the half-mile mark. Mighty Engine and Fox Valley End Zone, they still go 1-2, headed down to the half with RK's Winners Win, racing in third position, and is followed by Captain Trump and Our Buddy Boy, who has caught up to the field once again. So these five now line up nose to tail halfway home in race 13, brought to you by the Martinsville Chamber of Commerce. 101 for the first half, 101 flat. Mighty Engine, pretty good 2-year-old last year, won $40,000 last season and shows the way after 5/8 of a mile for Connor Prather by a length and a half. Fox Valley End Zone, though, was the County Fair Challenge winner at DuQuoin last year, still there in second. RK's Winners Win is third and coming to the outside. There goes RK's Winners Win up to challenge for the second spot. Further back, Captain Trump is fourth, and Our Buddy Boy is fifth, and they're all chasing Mighty Engine. Off 3/4 and 132. They head around the final turn, 132 flat. It is Mighty Engine who's the leader. Has it out to 2.5 lengths. Fox Valley End Zone comes to the outside, but can he catch the leader? Because the leader's giving him the slip. It's a 5-length lead for Mighty Engine. Here comes Fox Valley End Zone closing the gap late. Mighty Engine hangs on by a half length, and problems further back for Our Buddy Boy with a broken wheel on the race bike and unseated driver J.D. Finn. He's on his feet, but a heads up, a loose horse, unseated the driver, number 5, Our Buddy Boy, midway on the east turn of the racetrack. Glad to see J.D. Finn hopped right back up on his feet. Our speed superintendent and MC, Tim Wilson Jr., checking with him, making sure he's okay. J.D. says, yep, I'm fine. Stacy DeRoos also checking. Still a loose horse, midpoint of the backstretch. Our Buddy Boy still dragging that damaged race bike behind him, now shifts over to the infield grass at a reduced rate of speed in the vicinity of the quarter pole, moves by to the inside of the quarter pole. The time for the mile, by the way, was 2 minutes and 4/5. The winner's time, and that was Mighty Engine, 2 minutes and 4/5. As Tim, Our Buddy Boy, now has stumbled and is back up on his feet, but folks are headed over to the west end of the track. He is back up on his feet. He has come to a standstill. The race bike, which has a damaged right wheel disc, got tangled up behind him as he kind of zigzagged left and right over on the west end of the infield. But the good news is, after he went down briefly, he popped right back up, folks. So that's the good news. He is standing at attention, and there are 1, 2, 3 folks on the way and more coming up the backstretch to assist. And I think Our Buddy Boy has decided that maybe he's had enough of this adventure and he's ready and willing to go ahead and call it a day. So, Tim, you checked with J.D. Finn, and it looked like J.D. told you he came out no worse for the wear. Was that the case?
Yeah, Kurt, he's going to have a little road rash, but J.D.'s much tougher than a little road rash, so he's going to be fine. He said the cart broke, Kurt. So if you want to be a horse driver, folks, that's what we imagine having that happen in a field of 8 of them run over you. It's not a lot of fun. So these guys literally, it looks easy because they're professionals, but let me tell you, we lost a guy last year, Hunter Myers out at the Meadows, wreck. You know, you just think you're going out to drive a race and you don't come off the track. it's not a great day. So you can see how quick it happens. It doesn't take long. And this was no interference or anything. Just if it's man-made, we all know at some point it's going to break. So there you go. Hopefully the horse is fine. JD, like I said, he's going to have some road rash on his right arm, but he'll survive that. He's tough. And do they got him collared, Kurt? Yep, they've got him caught. So hopefully he's going to be fine. And we'll go on from there. Yeah, they've got him collared. Hey, I'm going to, while we're here, the $25 end of the day prize from the Denham Family Farm, Barb Zellers. Barb? I heard you who? Okay. And then the grand prize? For the Monopoly set is Noah Krybueller. Noah, you still here? Yes, okay, perfect. Colton will be bringing those over to you guys.
Tim, this gives us a chance to make the point that number 5, Our Buddy Boy, will be officially listed as did not finish. Even though he did cross the wire, you must have the driver in the bike. And by the way, upon reviewing the stretch drive, reviewing the video, it has been determined that there was simply a failure of the right wheel disc. The wheel just broke on the race bike. And J.D. Finn, being the pro that he is, I'm sure he's been in other situations that were similar, and he just bounced right up. I don't know how you all do it. I would be sitting in the middle of that track wanting sympathy right now. I'm just going to tell you. So amazingly tough, you horsemen.
You're not getting much sympathy from another horseman, Kurt. I got to tell you, we've all been there and done it, and so it's just part of the you accept it. You know, I always say you're going to get hurt. It's just a matter of how bad. And fortunately, JD's going to be fine, and hopefully the horse is going to be fine.
Absolutely. And returning, here is the winner of race 13. How about a hand for number 1, Mighty Engine? The brothers Prather, Connor as the driver, Cole as the trainer, team up for the win with Mighty Engine, 3-year-old gelded son of Stevensville, out of Tame the Dame by Better's Delight. Gets the win in 2 minutes and 4/5 of a second, bred by the Dandy Farms of Jeff Davis and the FT Racing Stables of Frank Tutuli. 8th career victory, 2 for 2 now in 2026. The Prather family trains this horse at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in Springfield. Congratulations, Connor and Cole. The Martinsville Chamber of Commerce blanket will go to Smokin' Them Some Stars by virtue of the faster winning time in race number 12. But a nice effort nonetheless for Mighty Engine. Here's the full field rundown. It's official. Mighty Engine, the winner. RK's winner's win, finished 4. Fox Valley End Zone was the runner-up. Captain Trump was 3rd, and Our Buddy Boy did not finish. The quarter, 29 and 4. The half in 1:01. 3 quarters in 1:32. And the time for the mile, 2 minutes and 4/5 of a second. And it reads down 1:42, 3 DNF. 4 wins for Wyatt Avenetti to lead all drivers today. You had training doubles for Kevin Miller and also for Steve Searle, also for Charles Arthur. You had 3 wins for Lou's Legacy Offspring to lead all sires, and 2 wins as breeder for Fox Valley Standard Breds and Flacco Family Farms. Tim, let's wrap it up. Back to you.
Kurt, my 13th race, pick a winner, Rachel, and another one, I'm hoping I get it right, Akron. Rachel? Yes? Down here at the end. Thank you. Yes.
With that, for David Brink and I, that's the end of the broadcast. David was out helping run down that horse, and so he'll update the stats and so forth for that. So we thank you for watching, and we'll have 12 races for you tomorrow. Good night. God bless.